I think it's just because I've played too many games like it. I'm and unless like you've got a theme that really grabs me, I kind of have no interest, and that game's theme in that instance doesn't quite grab me. It needs to do more things different. But on the topic of doing things differently, I'm gonna stop talking and play some dwarfs. You're 358. I'm happy that game's successful though. Like it's been really nice seeing that game take off. Yeah, like Amazing Cultivation Simulator deserves all the credit that it gets. It's just I just kind of don't want to play it. Like it's literally just that simple. It's like it looks neat, and that game deserves all of the praise that it gets. But nah. All right, so we're storing a lot of items in bags because I ousted all of my bags. Mayor doesn't want anything. Dwarves that are currently alive in the fort are Whitcode, Lethargicist, Oswix, Ducky, Paranoid Metroid, Tygo, Disco, Bastet, Blue Space Weeb, scrolling up, Do It, Team Xeno, Laggy, Zetsuki, LaFonda, Arch II, Jimmy Tibby, Knowles, Rory, Dragon, Lumpy, Massive, Bellinair, Stone, Zindros, Axon, Cucumber, Diamond, Destruct II, Nanochip, Queveneer, Volleylol, BimML, Don Caribou, and of course, Pilot. To watch it by someone who knows nothing? Well, I mean, watch someone who knows what they're doing. Well, I mean, my stream is like maybe a weird example of Dwarf Fortress because I play this game in such a strange fashion. I have a question. Why haven't you ever tried installing it? Any particular reason? Just no interest, or? Also, if I'm not mistaken, today's your first time here. So then how the heck did you end up here? Do you watch the YouTube channel, or do you just go around looking for people who know what they're doing? Because, you could say that I know what I'm doing. You could say. I could be accused of knowing what I'm doing from time to time. Find it too difficult to get into, like programming? But you've never installed it. How can you find something difficult if you've never tried it? I must pray to the spear of incineration. I'm so worried, so go pray. This is a masterpiece. That is very satisfying. I was near to a gem window. How pleasing. I got into an argument with Don Caribou. Don Caribou, and that makes me angry. What Don Caribou think about that? Got into an argument with Wreath. I feel resentful. That's unfortunate. Bellinair says, I acquired something and it pleases me. I don't know, because I don't have Stone Sense. I don't stream with... I don't use DF Hack and I don't use DF Therapist, so I don't have it installed, so I couldn't tell you. If you want to grab my save from year 300 by going back in the VODs and try it yourself, you can. More than welcome to. Somebody did that once. I don't think it's necessary, and I don't like it because it makes the game crash a lot, so. Unless they've made it more stable, in which case, but even then, still don't like it. Why is there a bunch of miasma there? That's probably coming from the corpse pile up there. But this is the fortress. All the way up to the top. We have the B platform up on the very top. The upper tavern levels. And the temple in the middle, which is the shiny, colorful thing. On the left is the library. On the right is one of my guild halls. This is the drains. In the center is a tube of lava that goes down to the center of the earth. This is the main level where most of the stuff happens. This is the storage level. This is the coffin level. This is the little maze that I made because I was bored. This is the in case of emergency hide-in bunker. And also power generators. There's the water drainage to generate power. The coin crypt. And down here is the under construction, getting close to finished, massive obsidian printer that we're working on. This is the lava forge and the lava forge stuff. This is a bunch of dumb tunnels that we dug out to clean the caverns up a bit. And then this is all the way down to this lava flow that we found where we have a reservoir. So, yeah. But yeah, I have no idea what my fort looks like in Stone Sense because I don't care. I don't think that stuff's necessary. You stare at the game long enough, things just start to look like Dwarf Fortress. Oh, you did get King Under the Mountain. Now, is that because you're waiting for the game to develop or because you didn't like it? Sorry, Nicholas. You have never built a fort so well built? This fort's just old. I mean, very few people have probably seen forts that are this old. I mean, this fort is on year 358 right now, meaning the fortress is 353 years old. Most people stop before year 10. Rory, you're stressed again. You want to practice some martial art. Are you in a military squad? Yes, you are. Now let's get them. Nope. The oldest fort, the oldest well-documented fort, which you can Google search, actually, is called Arch Crystal, which was made by Sethanos, who comes by every now and again. It was also from my city, ironically. So that's the longest known fort, which was 500 years he retired it at. That fort was famous for defeating Hell and doing a lot of other things, which I am kind of planning on doing eventually. But we need to... I want to get to 1,000 years. That's my main goal, is get 1,000 years. He wanted to raise dragons. That was his goal, and he did, and he achieved it. My goal is to get to 1,000 years, so mine's a bit more mundane than his goal. But Arch Crystal, you can look it up. There's a very big post on the forums about it that exists to this day. So that is the oldest fort. There is also somebody from the Russian Dwarf Fortress community who allegedly kept a fort alive for 600 years, but there's only one screenshot of it and no save file. So I don't know. Will I ever take off the 50 dwarf cap? It doesn't matter. I could take off the 50 dwarf cap. It wouldn't change anything because we don't get migrants. We haven't had migrants in like hundreds of years, and removing the cap wouldn't change anything. But no, I will never go above 50 dwarves. Well, actually, I'll never go above 60 dwarves because the cap is actually at 60. It's a soft cap. So the soft cap's at 50, the hard cap's at 60. What just happened? Elite wrestlers fighting. You didn't die, did you? What just happened? Zindros just like dodged off of a pretty high ledge and is now just like stumbling, and there's blood there. Where did you fall from? Where's it been falling? That's concerning. How's the rest of the world doing? It's still alive, still growing. A lot of the factions have kind of stagnated in their expansions, but the population counts are still going up. His fourth toe on his left foot is broken. Well, he literally fell off of a ramp and broke his toe. Good on you. But in regards to the rest of the world, the mountain home has been invading from here to here because of a war that the goblins started at the very beginning of my fortress. And they've been invading the capital of the goblins for ages. Ironically, actually, this expansion used to come out to about here and has receded a little bit, which I think is interesting. In regards to population counts, a lot of factions that haven't expanded in a really long time, like this one, for example, who we're at war with apparently, hasn't really expanded much. But if I go down to like here, this human forest retreat, so the humans over here took over this forest retreat really early on in the world, has 1,000 people in it. So like populations are climbing. This elven forest retreat has 400. Like these two human forest retreats have like 1,000. So these populations are still climbing. Like this little faction, this little dwarven faction up here, hasn't really expanded much beyond early days, which we have no contact with. This one, which my faction runs, which is actually interesting because a lot of my artifacts have ended up here, has 750 dwarves, and this is just like a little tiny thing. There's also these guys who we're at peace with. Their population counts have been pretty stable. My mountain homes population count has been very low for a very long time. Or no, rather, this mountain homes faction count has been very low for a very long time. My mountain home, which is this fort, has gone up a bit. It's up to 100 now. It kind of quavered at 50 for a really long time, but there's these two hillixes here that have 750 each. There's then this goblin civ down here that just kind of does their own thing. I don't know. They haven't really been super active. But like occasionally like a new forest retreat will appear. Occasionally a new fortress will appear. This kind of evil zone down here hasn't really done much. There is a Cobalt faction down here that has a couple dozen Cobalts in it that's still alive. Every, I don't know, 50 to 100 years, a new human town will pop up around here. But like it's doing its thing. I'm convinced that Necromancer Towers can only happen in World Gen because nobody's gone out of their way to discover the secrets of life and death in the world from my world reading, which I'm really happy about. I'm glad that that's limited to World Gen because it means that like taking over or eliminating necromancers from a world is much more viable than I thought it was. Anyway, I'm gonna read Tsar Nicholas's post now. Don't know right now. You're not enjoying it, and that might be due to the development. Atomic Society, you fell in love with the idea, but ended up You liked Atomic Society? I'm so sorry for your soul. You fell in love with the idea, but ended up not being like what you'd hoped for, so hoping King of the Under the Mountain will be better in the long run. I mean, I've openly told people not to buy King of the Mountain. King of the Mountain is like a neat game, which I really want to do an interview with the dev at some point. But King of the Mountain is like, it's really good for what it is, but it is so unfinished. Like, painfully unfinished. And it's also, and this is kind of an interesting thing that I feel about this game, which is what Tsar Nicholas is talking about, King of the Mountain. The problem with this game is it's Dwarf Fortress. Like, the problem with it is it is very similar to Dwarf Fortress in a lot of ways, but it's like Dwarf Fortress with more production lines and more like resource management and more complex resource management. Which people who play games that look like this, you know, like your RimWorld derivatives, expect a simple game that's easy to understand. This is not a simple game, and it's not trying to be. In fact, it's trying to be a very complex game. So I think a lot of people who buy that game are going to be completely out of their element almost immediately. What about humans? Sorry, they're the evil ones, happy person. You should eliminate humans. They're the problem in the world. Ironically, like, if you read the societal differences between the different factions, the evilest faction is probably the humans. Outside of, like, goblins having the evil tag, the actual, like, evil faction is the human. In Dwarf Fortress, which I think is kind of hilarious. The meanest faction in the world is the humans. Felt vengeful after joining an existing conflict. That's okay, Rory. You should be okay with vengeful. That'll just harden you. Hopefully remove your stress. But you like working out in the military, so we'll let you do that.
Blind in a non-black shirt. What is this madness?
One of these days, I should wear one of my workout shirts because I have a like neon, like reflective red shirt that I wear hiking and snowshoeing. I have 3 of them that say Team Canada on the back from when I went to for when I was an extra for World Juniors in sprint kayaking. I got the t-shirts, didn't actually get to go because I was just an extra and nobody dropped out. So elves eat their dead in ceremonies after wars. Yes. But humans believe all crimes are legal unless you're caught, and goblins have legal murder. What's worse? Ceremonial cannibalism or legal murder? But Also, fun fact. It's my branding, my dude. I'm actually wearing my own merch for once. And also, your English is fine, happy person. This is the original Designed by Humans one from like 2016. I'm actually like amazed about how well it's lasted. It's just a pity Designed by Humans was bought by Walmart. I'm just watching Rory because I don't want him to degrade at all. This dwarf's also in a bad way. Jimmy Tibby. Who also just straight up shouldn't be captain of that military squad. Or any military squad for that matter. Put Stone into this squad. I'm gonna move Stone to a different... Well, actually... Yeah, I moved Stone from the main squad over to a secondary squad. It's not new to this. It's not new to this stream at all. Everybody's like... So here's the beauty of Dwarf Fortress, right? Everybody harps on the elves because it's the easy meme to hate on. Every faction is evil in Dwarf Fortress. They're just evil in their own kind of way. Dwarves want the world burned and converted into a great mining pit. Look outside and tell me if that's not evil. Okay? Humans want superiority, right? They want trade and commerce, and they want to get away with crimes to make themselves more powerful. Goblins are enslaved by demons. Duh. And elves just want you to not chop down their forests. Who's evil? Everybody's evil in their own way, right? Which is kind of the fun of DF. There is no good guys. Everybody's evil. Just pick your foes and go nuts. Also, humans have this nasty habit of, like, exterminating religions. So, but that's more of a Legends mode thing at this point. Also, the elves are the only faction, when they invade you, hugging trees is the ultimate evil. As somebody who hugged a tree on the 30th of December, they give good hugs. Although it dropped some snow on my head because we were halfway up a mountain. When I was, or rather, the elves are the only faction in Dwarf Fortress that when they invade you, their goal isn't to kill you. So, when you get invaded by goblins, their goal is to kill everybody. Unless it's a scouting party, which can happen potentially and is pretty rare. But when you get invaded by goblins, their goal isn't to kill you. We're just following a buzzard that's flying around. Hopefully we'll see it splatter. Their goal isn't to kill you. Their goal is to just attack you, bother you, annoy you, or sorry, when the goblins attack you, their goal is to kill every single dwarf in the fort, right? When the humans attack you, their goal is to siege your fort, fight you outside of your fort, but still kill everybody, and they will not leave until either the majority of them are dead, or and it's the same for the goblins. They will not leave until the majority of their people that they attacked you with are dead, or until every dwarf in the fort is dead. Those are the two ways that they will leave, or if you abandon the fort to ruin, which is just letting every dwarf die. So those two factions, and that's the same for the necromancers as well. The necromancers just want to kill everybody, right? Or necromancers just want bodies. That is their only goal. They want body count. They want to accumulate bodies and make more zombies, right? So they're attacking you as a means to create more zombies. Elves, when they attack you, they will only attack you until they run out of arrows. Then they will leave. Or unless they will also leave if they get caught early. So they will try and stealth into your fortress. So they won't appear at the edge of the map. They will try and stealth until someone sees them in line of sight, either a pet or one of your dwarves. They will only attack until they run out of arrows. And their goal is not to kill every dwarf. Their goal is to fight with you until they run out of arrows, and then they leave. So, necromancers want bodies. Goblins just want to murder everybody. Humans want to cause trouble and maybe murder everybody. And elves just want to protect the forests, fight until they run out of arrows, and maybe bring some snacks home. Who's evil? Like, really. Also, if the dwarves invade you, they have the exact same goal as the goblins, which is kill everybody. And yes, you can start wars with other dwarven factions and get invaded by dwarves. Fortunately, there's only one buzzard left. Yay! Snatchers want to kidnap children, which is a different thing. Those aren't technically raids because kobolds have a similar thing. So snatchers and kobold thieves, they don't want to kill everybody. They have one target item that they want to steal, either a child or an item. They will show up, try and sneak into the fortress just like elves, and if they get caught, they'll run away. At least in the case of kobolds. That's good. You don't feel anything. But you feel satisfied after teaching miscellaneous object usage. It's good. I'm kind of babysitting Rory right now because he's my own depressed older dwarf. The dwarves' goal when they invade you is exactly the same as the goblins. Kill everybody. Because the only reason the humans have a slightly different goal is because when humans arrive, when it's a human-governed faction, it says, the enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress, meaning they'll just hang around outside until you go out and fight with them, or until they get bored and then they leave, right? Whereas, wait, what did that just say? I talked to my spouse, there is no love. Is that what you, are you for real? I talked to my spouse, there is no love. Uh-oh. Team Xeno, are you okay? Hold on a second. You don't have a spouse. You have a lover. You felt love remembering talking with your spouse. That is very sad. No, you're not an old dwarf, Rory. You're my only non-old dwarf who is depressed. I have 2 old dwarves that are depressed. Or rather, I'm calling them old. 32-year-old Jimmy Tibby, who's haggard but hasn't tantrumed ever, so hopefully doesn't. Where's the other one? I want to say, is it Whitcode? Might be Whitcode. No, it's not Whitcode. Who's the other one? Lumpy. Yeah, Lumpy. Good old Lumpy. 76-year-old Lumpy, who's also utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is their tragic life. Is Tygo still in the fort? Aren't you a child? Yes, you are. You're 5, Tygo. You feel enjoyment while playing Maple Leaf, but you were annoyed when getting caught in a snowstorm. You feel like your bedroom's a personal palace, and you say be merry. You still dream of mastering a skill, and you personally see those that attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive due to your clothes rotting off your body in 356. That's rough. You should get changed more often, child. Yeah, you're the only non-old dwarf who's depressed. Because, like, how old are you, Rory? Yeah, you're 22. You're a child. He always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations and is gripped by crippling shyness. First, be alone. Finds humor in most situations. Same, though, Rory? Actually, no, I don't want to be 22 again. I was an idiot when I was 22. I was an absolute moron when I was 22. The only reason you want to be young again is to maybe not make the same eating habits. I mean, habits can be changed. at any point in your life. It just requires self-control. I'll just say that. Self-control. A skill that I do not possess. I'll have you know. Although my eating habits have gotten a lot better over the years. He says that because he ate a pizza last night. Because I walked halfway across town and missed the closing of the post office by 15 minutes and then had to walk home in the snow and was just kind of mad, so I ordered a pizza. So, yeah, to be fair, there is a Domino's pizza connected to my building, and it's my first time having fast food this year, so I think that having unhealthy food once every few weeks is acceptable. So we've got two squads now. We've got this squad down here. And we've got the main squad is up here. You felt wonder after learning about miscellaneous objects. Miscellaneous object is my favorite skill in Dwarf Fortress because it's so, like, poorly explained what it is. It's literally just the ability to pick up a rock off the ground and smack a dude over the head with it, or a dead rat, or a scarf, or a sock, or it's the skill of picking up random item in the environment and beating the crap out of a baddie with it, or throwing it at the baddie. Either or. Had Chinese, then brought 100 worth of takeout for your family. Your share is already gone. I mean, so I'm just going to talk about problems with society for a second here, Czar Nicholas. Bear with me. You stated earlier that you work for Amazon, yeah? And you work, I think you said 10 to 12-hour days. Hey, Dragon Man, how are you doing? And you work 10 to 12-hour days, yeah? Well, it's almost like if they gave you humane levels of hours to work, you'd have time to not eat Chinese food. Because, like, I get to cook all of my own meals. And the majority of my meals, I cook myself. The vast majority. One thing I don't do is make my own bread purely because of time constraints. And also ease of counting carbohydrates. But largely, I do all of my own cooking. But there was a time in my life where I wasn't able to do as much cooking because I worked way too much. I'm a lot healthier now, but I live at home and takeout's a rare treat now. Which, like I said earlier, is a problem. It's almost like they should be paying you better and giving you less hours. But, you know, not how the world works, unfortunately. Rory, you felt love when talking with your mom. G'day, Zeandor. Welcome back. You're a very happy dwarf. You shouldn't be depressed. Just like me, I'm a very happy person. I shouldn't be depressed. Tell my brain that. Almost like Dwarf Fortress is too realistic a simulation sometimes. Went from size 54 down to 38. I wish that they made size 30 pants more frequently. Well, that's been me for the last decade. Until the end of the world? How much time is left until the end of the world? Are you talking about in Dwarf Fortress? Or are you talking about Earth? Because Earth, I give us like anywhere from 6 months to 15 years. But if you're asking about this fortress, I'm going to play this fortress until we hit year 1000. We're currently in year 358. So probably about 2 years of real-time play. Maybe 3. Depending on if it slows down anymore. Because, like, the frame rate's still fine. Like, it's still above 30, but it's slowed down enough that it takes a while. It's taken a while. I mean, I've been playing this fortress since August 2020. I think that this fortress will be finished before the pandemic ceases to be a problem, though. Also, you said that English isn't your first language. What is your first language, if I can ask a happy person? Also, I need to keep an eye on military dwarves that are depressed, because if they continue to degrade, then they'll just fall apart. Ah, Spanish. A language that I don't know like nothing about, but I'm sure other people in chat speak. I don't really care what language people use in chat, so I just care that people are being polite. And if you're being impolite, I'll figure it out. On the topic of being impolite, nobody's going to understand this, so I will politely just explain that before I start proper. None of this is going to make any sense. What was the last thing I wrote down? Paper dragons rarely fold smoothly around emojis under those covers. Actually, maybe not. The black dragon card door gets jammed every time. Ducks bend time and space into hyperboles and eccentric ellipses. Gee, Willinkers, Batman, nothing can lift the balls, all right? Mixed car and dragon robots have never before been spotted. Drinking milk is illegal! Hear that, chat? Drinking milk is illegal. Using auto-suggestion on what now? All right, so we're trying to clear all of these boulders out of here. So let's, unless you're a baby cow, then it should be legal. I'm not a baby cow, though. I do act like a baby, though, sometimes. Unrelated to me not being a baby cow. Let's get these stairs replaced, or this flooring replaced. Trying to replace all of these little walkways that I have carved out with different materials. Why does that milk have eyes on it? I have some questions about that emote. Aqua. I haven't logged into a Facebook since 2018-ish. And I deleted my Facebook at the very beginning of 2020. So if something is a Facebook theme, I'm not going to know what you're talking about. Whereas Facebook thing, I'm not going to know what you're talking about. So you're going to have to explain like I'm 5. I'm not a senior citizen. I don't need to use Facebook. Neither do you. Delete your Facebook. Speaking of, I just found a useful website. Maybe I should just like... Maybe I should make an exclamation point Facebook command that just links to that website. You know what those emotes remind me of, Aqua? Those emotes remind me of the two Google Homes talking to each other. I don't know if you remember that stream, but there was that. They just got stuck in an infinite time loop of thank you, you're welcome, thank you, you're welcome, I like you, how have you been? I hope that your day is going well, thank you. I don't know if you remember that stream, but that's what those emotes remind me of because they put googly eyes on them. And the fact that it's milk and cookies with googly eyes just reminds me of that. You'll be doing the same. Good riddance, Sir Nicholas. But the idea is whenever a chat program you're using, you start a sentence and then you click this center word suggestion until it sounds like a sentence is completed. That's not a Facebook thing, but okay. You remember that? That was a weird afternoon. It was like, why does this have 20,000 concurrent viewers? Those streams on Twitch kind of make me mad. They make me question the type of content I make. Hi, Cold Blue Mist. I mean, you used Facebook in ages and then you remembered every cringy thing that you posted and signed in one last time to delete the account. Yeah. Yeah. When I deleted my Facebook account, one of the last things I did on Facebook was I posted on Facebook, I'm deleting Facebook after I revoked app permissions and everything. And also I'm making a command, which is exclamation point Facebook. Or maybe actually I should just make it like if somebody types in Facebook as the first word in their sentence. Exclamation point Facebook now does a thing. Elon Musk is a scam artist, but that's a different subject. But most good salesmen are, so I suppose that you could give him credit for not liking a shitty website. Which dwarf is that? That is Jimmy. Okay. Yeah, the last thing I did was I'm deleting this. I literally tweeted that I'm deleting Facebook. Or not tweet. I posted on Facebook that I'm deleting Facebook. And almost immediately somebody who I haven't hung out with in ages, like I want to say at that point maybe about 4 or 5 years, I hadn't seen him. This was a couple years, so it would be about 7 years now. He's like, but how will I contact you? I was like, here's my phone number. And he goes, okay. Never once spoke to him on Facebook. Never once spoke to him on the internet. Never once spoke to him over text. And to me, it just kind of solidified in my brain the fact that none of those people mattered. None of them mattered! None of them. Like, none of that shit matters. Like, I'm trying to think how to, like, properly describe this, but I don't really have a way of doing it. No, I mean, I realized that you were talking about Facebook and you're talking about yourself, but I'm just like kind of agreeing. It's like, yeah, I used to say all kinds of dumb shit on there. The thing that I am the happiest about is that Facebook didn't exist when I was 12. Like legit. That is one of like the best things about the era in which I grew up is that Facebook didn't exist when I was 12. Because some of the shit that I did and said when I was 12, holy hell. I know that you're not technically supposed to have a Facebook account at that age, but like I know kids that had Facebook accounts made for them when they were infants by their parents, and like their parents like documented their entire lives on Facebook from infancy up to the age into which they could use Facebook. Like my uncle. Anyway, like, I know people who've done that. You created an account only, like, wait, you made a new one for Farmville? Or was that back in the day? Because I'm about to ask, does Farmville still exist? Hold on, I need to figure this out. Does Farmville still exist? Tell me, Google. On September 27th, 2020, Zynga announced it would consider the first Farmville on Facebook on December 31st, 2020. Something good happened in 2020. Cool. Good. Die in a bin of fire, you terrible, terrible video game. Well, I'm sure that Farmville 2, like, the farming exists somewhere. What? I can still be happy about the death of a terrible video game, can't I? As my dwarves slowly rip up these iron bars that I used for flooring. I freaked you out so much as a store owner, the only real communication to reach was through Facebook. And as no one wanted to use phones and no cell service in our town, and getting a friend invite for someone's baby. You got a friend invite for someone's baby. That's distressing. Put on an exceptional item. I take no pleasure in this, says Volleyball. You were required to communicate in uni. You still don't have Facebook or Twitter, and you don't care personally of making an account and posting a bit, so the HR wouldn't think that you're a strange creep when you apply for a job. I think that it's fucked up that you need to have a Facebook account to not be considered a strange creep. Tygo. Pablo, what up? It's good to see you. But like the reason I made a Facebook account back in the day was because the kids my age, like it was a point of contention. It's like I think I was the part of the first generation that encountered this, and this is why it's impossible for like little kids in school right now to not have an Instagram without getting harassed by their kids, is because like, and other platforms like TikTok, right? If you're not on those platforms, you don't have a social life. And I remember the beginnings of that. Like, towards the end of my school age, if you didn't have a Facebook account and you weren't on Twitter, you had no friends. It was simple as that, because that was how kids talked to each other. But now it's, you know, it's TikTok. I was going to say it's Fortnite, but maybe a little bit less now. It's TikTok. It's Roblox. It's Instagram. It depends on your age category. Won't be chatting, but thanks for the show. Cheers, man. I was near a table. How pleasurable. I'm glad that you like those tables, Knowles. We've reached the 1st of spring in the year 359. The annual tribute has arrived. Somebody died. Old age has sunk in for somebody. Overall population is down to 50 now. But it wasn't one of my main. I don't like Telegram. Not because I think it's a bad platform. But Telegram for me is too far in the other direction. It's like there's creepy platform capitalism. And then there's too far in the other direction. Telegram is too far in the other direction for me. So I don't know. I use Discord to communicate with people. Discord's kind of like my happy middle ground. Like I have these two servers on Discord, which is my family Discords. And that's legit how I talk to my sisters. And then all my friends are just on Discord. So my close friends, I either text or we use Discord, and my family, we just use Discord. We like graduated from Facebook because everybody like my family like unanimously like stopped using Facebook in like around 2015, 2016, 2017-ish. And now everybody that matters in my extended family is just in a Discord room. We all have different roles for our different family groups and everything. It was one of the best things I ever did. I want to say it was Christmas 2019. I was just like, guys, I'm making a Discord server. And they were like, a what now? Also, we have a baby. Brand new baby. Brand new baby girl. Does anybody want to be the brand new baby girl of the fortress, chat? Any takers? You're going to try and get Elden Ring next month? Like you're going to save for Elden Ring? You should. That game looks like it's going to be very good. Back in my day, we used carrier pigeons. You know, if there's got to be like a carrier pigeon club. That's got to be a thing, right? Carrier pigeon club. That's got to be a thing. Well, I just found 4. Okay, so I have a question, chat. I just looked up, I went to Google and I typed in carrier pigeon club, right? The first thing that pops up is, I'm just going to read the name of this. And this is close to me. This is like a bus ride away from me. The North Road Racing Pigeon Society. Excuse me? Hold on a second. First off, this is an amazing website. Second, I was about to say, like, huh. I mean, in 1961, the Great Lion and others were no longer with us, formed the club and began to rebuild the North Road Club. At the time, this was run in New Westminster. They were shipped by... Yeah, I love the like, this is the most honest Photoshop I've seen in a minute. Hold on a second. What does that mean? Oh, I understand. It's their pigeon bands. Wow. Wow. Okay, that's a thing that I just discovered. Anyway, can I just say that they call it the NRRPS, the North Road Racing Pigeon Society. They have pigeon derbies, chat. Can I bet on these birds? Look at this scoreboard! That is awesome! All of these pigeons are MIA. That's really funny. Missing in action! Okay, anyway. Name the baby after a pigeon? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. But NERPS exists. So does anybody want this this baby dwarf back on topic for a second? Any takers? No? Or do I just get to give it to somebody in chat? I don't give it to random things, Pablo, just because, like, I like them to be, like, relatively memorable for me. Otherwise, I will forget. Someone speak up or I'll take it? I'm pretty much. I mean, Aqua, I think that the last Aqua died. You could have it. I'd rather it be somebody who hasn't had it before. So if you haven't had a dwarf in this fort, raise your hand. Otherwise, I'm giving it to Aqua in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Aqua, how many dwarves have you had? Because you can have it. This would be like IV or something. 3. Also, I spelled Aqua incorrectly. We'll just go with 3. Aqua the third. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. What day is it today? 3rd of Granite. She's a citizen of the Ignited Creation, and she's the daughter of Imush and Kosoth. She's a casual worshiper of the fuchsia and Shistek. Do you have any family members? You do. Ducky the Third is your older brother. Person values loyalty and finds friendship burdensome. And values cunning and doesn't really see the point in working hard. And dreams of crafting a great work of art. She's greatly moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world and is curious and eager to learn. She tends to think before acting, and she is somewhat quarrelsome. She is stubborn, and she often feels envious of others. She does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. And she is quite comfortable with those that have a different appearance or culture. And she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She isn't particularly ambitious, and she likes to brawl. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she could be considered rude. Doesn't handle stress well. And she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. And she tends to avoid crowds, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. And does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Also, I'm just going to throw this out there. This, like, pigeon club thing, looks like they make pretty great potlucks. Because, like, in their photo section, they got a lot of good photos of, like, food. They also have some pretty rad-looking trophies. Can I just say that, like, these all look like the people that would be playing with carrier pigeons, but, like, I love these trophies because they just have a fucking pigeon on top of it. That's, like, phenomenal. Also, how out of focus this shot is, it's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Enough of me kind of, like, loosely mocking the pigeon racing society. I'm just so happy that there's something like that, like, just blocks away from me. Not blocks away from a bus ride away from me. Not a short bus ride, though. Relatively long bus ride, like an hour on the bus. You wonder what's who is Mata? You mean what the baby's saying? Babies just say random Gerber dish. Mama. Probably her saying mama, I guess. Mata. Hey, Mata. Hey, Mary Jane. What up? How was thing? I'm just going to real quick top off my coffee. I got some more coffee on the counter that I didn't have space for in my mug. I will be back in a sec. The baby, a dwarven child punched a bunch of Kias to death. Yeah, I've definitely had, like, children in this game. It was Featherfist. Fisty Feathers. It's like, you don't have... Wait, do you have fisticuffs with birds? Or is it, like, fisty feathers with birds? Anyway, that's hilarious. I've definitely had a few children in this fort kill owls and such. It's like random animal attacks, like baby punches animal explodes. Dwarf Fortress. I cannot wait until, like, someone is playing the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress for the first time and, like, has no experience of what's going to happen in DF. Baby is born and then mom whacks an animal with the baby. Because that still happens sometimes. It's like, some of the things that just happen in Dwarf Fortress are just like, I mean, one of my favorite images of Dwarf Fortress is, if I can find it. Yeah, this is my favorite dwarf. One of my top 2 like favorite Dwarf Fortress fan art ever, which is the spinning lion corpse strikes the lion in the upper body, bruising the muscle and jamming the left false rib through the left lung and tearing the fat. The lion is having trouble breathing. The lion corpse is firmly lodged in the wound. A dwarf grabbed a dead lion and threw the dead lion at a living lion and killed the living lion with the dead lion by impaling the dead lion, the living lion with a dead lion. So killed a lion by throwing a lion at a lion. That's my favorite example of shit that can happen in Dwarf Fortress. It's like the Forgotten Beast that I had died because it got hit in the head with miscellaneous object, and miscellaneous object penetrated the brain, destroying the brain. Miscellaneous object was a sock. I mean, as somebody who once got hit by a sock with a boiled egg in it, I believe it. Also, an elf got rained on, and it's annoying. We have elves that have arrived to trade down in the bottom of the map here. This is animal cruelty. In human children, this kind of animal cruelty would be alarming. In dwarven children, it's an encouraging sight. Yeah, it's great. That the miscellaneous, like I said, the miscellaneous object ability is quietly one of the best things in Dwarf Fortress. It's like just watching your dwarves pick up dead rats or like hamsters and throwing them at a bronze colossus. It's like, keep at it. Good work. I mean, the point of the skill is you're supposed to take like an arrow and just throw. It's so that like if you get an arrow shot at you and the arrow misses, you could theoretically pick up the arrow and throw it back and impale somebody with it, right? Like that's the like the intended use for it, but the reality use of it is like, oh, I grab a table and throw a table at you, or like I throw my axe at you, or I throw a crossbow at you, or like I throw a ladle at you, or something just pointless. In any game where the lion fight can mean the fight between lions, it's a quality game. Yeah, there's also a fan art somewhere, which I saw once, of somebody where the dwarf picked up a living puppy, and threw it at a bronze colossus, and took out the bronze colossus's head. Took off the bronze colossus's head with a flying puppy. So, picked up a living puppy, threw puppy at bronze colossus, took off the head. Listen to the first 3 minutes. I can't do that on stream. Oh, also, that's no clips stuff. I mean, I have a lot of complaints about that video, but it's a good video. I'm pretty sure most of the people here have seen that already. But also, Danny O'Dwyer is a good dude, and you should send him well wishes on Twitter. If you have Twitter. But you shouldn't have Twitter. Delete your Twitter. Twitter is the social media I'm trying to part with, but haven't figured out how to yet. What was that? Just watch this. It's 2 minutes. And it's my content. I can promote my own shit. The only reason I say that I have problems with that no clip interview, it's a great interview. The issue is it's the exact same interview that he did like 20 times that year. So as somebody who waited a very long time with very high anticipation from them, that is the most disappointed I've ever been about something from NoClip, because a lot of stuff that NoClip does is like really, really, really well researched and put together. And that is the only video that they've ever done where they didn't record any of the footage and they just used footage from Krug Smash's stuff. And I personally didn't feel that it was as well researched as it could be. And so I was just really disappointed with it. Yeah, I just... That video made me depressed because I felt that they could have done such a better job. Where's Rory at? Okay, Rory's still stressed, but not super stressed, so that's good. What kind of weapon are you using? Iron Helm? I'll make some new water skins. Yeah, I mean, the thing was, like, I'm somebody who reads every Tarn Adams interview, listens to every podcast that he's on, and watches every video that he's in, right? More or less. But that's because I'm just kind of an obsessive, right? And I've also interviewed him a number of times. I've had him on this Twitch channel, 4 times now? Maybe 5 even. I need to go back and check. But, like, he comes on the channel, like, once every 4 months or so. And it's... when you read every single one of those, when it's like you're looking forward to and excited for an interview for about 2 years was about how long it took them to put up that video from recording time to posting. Or maybe it was closer to a year and a half. It was quite some time between them recording it and then posting it, hoping for something like interesting and exciting and well researched, and then you just get like a carbon copy of the exact same interview he's given for the past 2 years. It's like, I'm disappointing. Speaking of socks, did you guys hear about what happened in the last Fortress of Quill 18? No. The zombie literally clubbed 50 plus people to death with an old dirty sock. I had something similar to that happen. Marygen. Not to death, though. I had a were creature get into my Halloween fort last year. So, like, not 2021, but 2020's Halloween fort. I had a were creature get right into the middle of the fortress, like into the middle of my fort. So, like, theoretically, like, absolute calamity. Everybody could theoretically die. But what ended up happening was the were creature punched one of my dwarves, right? And they can steal articles, like, dwarves and humans and other things in combat in DF can steal articles of clothing from other living things in the world. Or weapons, and it's supposed to be weapons and armor, but any article of clothing is stealable in combat, right? And it punched this dwarf and stole a hat from him, literally stole his leather cap, right? And then proceeded to run through the entire fortress. Instead of biting, scratching, and hurting my dwarves, whipping them with this leather cap. So instead of infecting my dwarves, he beat the shit out of and killed one dwarf, stole his hat, and then proceeded to run through the entire fort, just like whacking everybody with the hat. And I went through the entire, like, 30 pages of the combat log, didn't bite a single dwarf, just whipped them all with the hat until he turned back into a goblin, and we all just mauled him to death. Which was, like, kind of amazing. Because, like, they get, like, inhuman abilities or, like, incredible strength and power when they are in were creature form, right? So it's really funny to just, like, have that happen and just continue for an indefinite period of time, and then just, like, he turns back into a little G, and then the dwarves just beat the shit out of him. Still confused, because somebody died. Somebody died. I haven't seen anybody's missing, though. And why did the number go down? Weird. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah. Zindros, the elite wrestler, has bestowed a name upon a bronze shield. First one to do that. What'd you name it, though? Man, my building makes me feel like an old man. Board Whiskers, the immortal of clearings. Good for you. My neighbors make me wish that I lived in a building with no children because there's a baby crying upstairs right now, and I wish I didn't need. I wish children came with a mute button. But I don't know. I don't know. Let's get these floors replaced, or at least get the replacements started. We're replacing it all with Kimberlite, so it's all blue. Also do orthoclase, but I don't have enough orthoclase. So chat, how we all holding up? Anybody got any plans for the weekend, or is everybody just in hide inside mode? I'm very much in hide inside mode. My only plans to go outside is tomorrow, or is tonight. I get to go outside because I have to, or go get my booster shot. So tonight's gonna not be as long of a stream. I've done a lot of long streams this year so far. It's been like 9+ hours a day every day since I came back, so. Which has been pretty good, I think. It's been nice to just have the energy to stream again. It's been a while. You're always in hide inside mode. Being around other humans lessens my depression. Which is actually part of the reason I've been in like a happier headspace recently, because like things have opened up for a bit here. But they're locking down again for Omicron reasons. To get cat food? That sounds romantic. Getting some of that chicken soup for the kitty cat's soul. I taught cooking. That was satisfying, says a merchant. Well, that's lovely. The test positivity rolling average on the country was on the 31st was 26%. Ay. Ay! I think I told this story, but when I went snowshoeing, and got to take, I was gonna grab that picture again because it was such a good picture. I got to take this picture. The bus to get up here, you had to like show your double vaccination card and everything to get on the bus. And on the way back down, on the bus on the way back down to get home, the bus driver was playing Rock 101, which is our rock and roll station, our like classic rock station. And it was playing like Sharp Dressed Man by ZZ Top. And it was really loud, like to a point where it was actually like a little bit annoying. But it was just playing music, and we're bussing. And then suddenly just turns the music off, turns the light on the bus, and pulls the bus over and starts shouting, "Take off your mask, person on the left of the bus at the back." And, or you've taken your mask off, put your mask back on. You have to keep your mask on. And everybody on the bus just kind of unanimously just like stops and turns around and looks, because that's what happens when bus driver just stops, right? And everybody looks at this girl, and she's got like this floral beige mask on that perfectly matches her skin tone. And it was like 10 seconds of super awkward silence, followed by, oh wait, you think I'm not wearing a mask? To like, apologies to like bus driver just shrugging and like turning the bus back on and kind of getting back to driving. But everybody here is just, I don't want to say uptight, but like, it really just kind of shows where the anxiety is in the world right now. Road trip, you're going to visit your grandma? Hell yeah. Haven't seen her in the last 2 years because of COVID. Be safe. Be safe. I got to visit my Oma on Boxing Day with my whole family. And it's the first time, like, my mom, my dad, my little sister, my older sister, myself got to see my Oma at the same time in, I want to say, about 5 or 6 years. It was really nice. I've been rained on. I am not concerned. Oh, that's nice. Now they'll start bringing some blue blocks over. Your cat recently became obsessed with the TV remote, and he keeps knocking it off and trying to hide it. That's funny. Well, maybe your cat's telling you to get up more. Maybe it's a sign. But yeah, I don't know how I feel about the current status of things. It's like my dad was joking about how half of his coworkers are not able to come in right now. Like out of a team of 5 that my dad works on, like my dad works really closely with 5 people, right, at his job. And currently 3 out of 5 of them are out with COVID and not able to return to work due to the holiday, getting sick over the holiday. And it's like, my dad just manages to just joke and be super nonchalant about it. And like, so I just kind of wish I had like the mental fortitude of my dad to just be like, it's fine. Just like take life as it punches you. But I don't know. That shit just stresses me the fuck out to the point where it's just like, yeah, I can't do anything when cases are. It's like a non-thing that I can do. Yeah, we're getting an average of like 3,000 to 4,000 new cases today. It's like yesterday there was almost 5,000 new cases here, which is like more cases than we had in the first 6 months of year 1. So it's like, yeah, that's great. Are there any visitors to your fortress? I haven't gotten a visitor in hundreds of years. Because this fort is so old, happy person, we haven't gotten a migrant since year 126, and thus we also haven't had a visitor since year 126. There's some memory, not limitations, but artificial limitations in the game's code that prevent you from getting visitors after a certain number of people have died in your fortress, because the game thinks that you have too many people. And because of this, we don't get visitors and we don't get migrants. In the same local area here, over 25% of tests are coming back positive. 1.2% of the entire population tested positive for a new case of COVID yesterday. I mean, it's like there are a few silver linings, right? The first one is like, if you've been vaccinated and you've had your booster, you'll get over it quickly and you'll be okay, right? If you're not, you're a liability. Problem is, too many liabilities. It's like the number of hospitalizations have gone down on a case-by-case basis just because of how many people are vaccinated. So at least that's the positive to look at. I read that as I had a shoulder angry a month ago, and I was like, brain what? Because I like took the and just like replaced it with the S in that sentence because my eyes are just like breaking today apparently. I had a shoulder surgery a month or so ago, and you had your booster yesterday in the same arm. Hilariously not recommended. What happened to your arm? Did your arm just like cease to function? Like. But yeah, that seems like a bad combination of things. It's dead today. My arm's dead. Rip arm. Well, hopefully it's like not in your writing hand. Like if you're right-handed, hopefully it's your left. Like a fat Charlie horse. Ooh. Oh, yeah, I believe it. I believe it. I've had my fair share of annoying ass cramps. Yeah, that sounds painful. But that just seems like an unfortunate set of circumstances more than anything. And one of them works in nursing homes, so we get Mexican takeout tonight, I think, and some kind of takeout. You still need to choose. Well, I mean, hey, get good takeout. Oh hell yeah! That means you just get to like hang out and chill. Although to be honest, like, because I'm assuming that the shoulder surgery is the reason you're on working compensation, right? It's like you pick like the best time to be on work compensation for 2 months. It's like, oh, you get Christmas, and then just like you get to dodge Omicron. Like literally, you pick the best time to just be like fuck work for 2 months. But obviously, like it has negatives being on workers' comp. But hey. I'd say that worked out. Like if I had to guess, it seems like that worked out for the better for you over the past 2 months. Still accruing pay time off and 401k? Fuck yeah, dude. Sounds like somebody has a decent job. Unlike the rest of them. Although 401ks are squinty eyes, but I'll leave my lefty brain out of this one for a minute. Yeah, it's just like it's Cyrolac that everybody in this chat was jealous of. Like back when the pandemic stuff started, Cyrolac's like, wait, some people don't get like normal pay to not work during a pandemic. It's like most people are just like, duh, what? Like, yeah, I'm just getting paid the exact same amount that I normally do to not work until it's time to come back. Can I have your boss, please? I have a similar-ish thing because I'm a type 1 diabetic, Pablo Rasta, through Canadian government and savings programs. They match a certain amount that I put into a savings account that I can use for investing. Although the bank that runs it, pain in the ass to actually phone. I had to like reset a password the other day and I had to phone them to do it. It's my fault. I don't remember the password, but I had to phone them to reset a password, and I just like I sat on hold for like about 3 hours in different phone calls, and they hung up on me twice before I managed to get it sorted. It was like from about 2 p.m. until about 5:30 p.m. and I was just sitting here playing Cookie Clicker the entire time. Like that's what I did on Monday, is I just stared at a screen playing Cookie Clicker on hold with a bank. If there's still a stock market, that's the important if. I don't really care about the future because I don't think I don't think we're going to make it to the future in a format that matters, but you punched a wall in anger once? I once, look up hyperglycemic cramps on Google. It's the most pain I've ever felt in my entire life. When your legs cease to function because your legs are nonstop Charlie horses because your blood sugar is so high that your body can't function and get the proper amount of oxygen or sugar to your legs to keep your legs functioning. Carbohydrates, technically. Sugar, but sugar is a carbohydrate. Just like distilled pure carbohydrate. Also, chat room, if you'd like to help the stream out, because as you can see by the view count, it's been a rough couple of months. If you want to help the stream out, a way that you can very easily do that is pop over to your channel and give the channel a host. All you got to do is open up your own stream on Twitch in another tab and just type in /host and then my username in your chat. Because it does actually help recommend people over here. Unfortunately, because I choose to stream some of the most niche genres on the in existence currently, and very complex games, and also then talk about controversial subjects which make people uncomfortable. It means it's very difficult to keep my channel relevant, and because Twitch has done a very good job in the last year and a half removing almost every single natural format of cross promotion between channels. I exist kind of in this weird hole of like, I need to ask for help occasionally. So if you guys want to help me out in any way, just give the channel a host. Post it on social media if you have it or care. Link it in the Discord that you frequent on. Help me out. Because numbers have been kind of bleak this year. I mean, they were kind of bleak towards the end of December too, and things are still ramping back up. So YouTube's doing fine. So I'm not like, screwed or anything. But minute-to-minute views do help. It's to the point now where, like, sponsorships are so hilariously lowballing me because of how bad my numbers are these days that, like, it's not even worth taking sponsorships anymore. It used to be. For a little bit there, it was worth it, but not anymore. Also, thanks, Aqua, for the host. Cheers. Also, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. Type in !point tickets to see how many you have, and you can invest them with a chance to win more. Dwarf suspended the construction of a floor. One of those. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm probably still auto-hosted on your channel. It's just auto-hosts are useless now. That's the true issue, is that auto-hosts are useless. And Rory, thanks for the host as well. I've been like poking people and asking somebody to just make a web-based solution for auto-hosting that would just detect what channel your channel is auto-hosting and just manually type /host into your chat when you're offline. I've wanted somebody to make that, but two separate people have taken a poke at it, and both of them have basically stated that it would take too much time and isn't worth their time. So You should just like take a sticky tab and just write, host the channel I'm watching, and stick it on your monitor, which I have. But yeah, every single person who's tried it that I know, Aqua, has given up because of Twitch bureaucracy. Because Twitch requires so many permissions to actually use their API to do anything that everybody's like, yeah, this is just more work than it's worth. Which is probably correct. But I just want a web-based solution. Sort of like Nightbot or something. Just a little. It just needs to be a web-based bot that just lurks in your chat that just /host. That's all it does. All it needs to do. But Cold Blue Mist, thanks for subscribing at the first tier of Twitch subscriptions. The one that matters, that gets you ad-free viewing and emotes. Check, can I get a round of beer? Here's my dudes. I'm out of coffee. I just had the last driblet of coffee and it was mostly powder. I need to put more coffee into that. Also, because stats are bad today, I made a Reddit thread, which is a thing that the Dwarf Fortress subreddit allows you to do. And I recommend if you stream Dwarf Fortress, you should link your stream on the subreddit. These dwarves slowly bring blocks over. Problem with this fortress being absolutely fuck off massive is getting tasks done sometimes takes forever. If that was ever going to happen, I'd chuck $1 at that Patreon. Maybe 5, actually. I mean, like, it would just be so useful even for me and my team because, like, we try to host each other, but, like, realistically, doesn't matter. I think the actual problem is I think Twitch might just, like, that might be one that Twitch would just quietly shut down. Because I don't think Twitch wants auto hosts to work the way they used to. Although, speaking of bots, I need to get off of the bot that I'm using currently anyway. I need to switch to Firebot. Preferably sooner rather than later. The problem is they don't quite have feature brevity to have the exact same features as my current bot. And I don't feel like running 2. The issue is my bot isn't getting updated anymore. So, that's basically it. The little crypt calcium thing that you see in chat, my bot. Revlobot? God, I hated Revlobot. I know a lot of people loved it, but I hated the way those redemption features worked in Revlo. Bothered the crap out of me. But that's also one reason why I refuse to use web-based chatbots, is because I don't trust them. I won't use a bot unless I can download it. At least I think Revlo was completely web-based, right? Unless I can download it and customize it, in my opinion, it's not even worth existing. I mean, the bot that I use is still titled OnkBot. So, which Streamlabs bought. And so it's like it's got the new icon and everything, but it's still technically OnkBot. My install is still installed in the OnkBot folder. Helped a ton to people there for when you hosted and used to host for 10 to 15 people, even when you weren't live for that day. Yeah, Twitch has done a really good job destroying that entire economy by implementing their own like channel point software. And like I keep the like channel rewards and challenges open just because like I don't know, they're kind of neat and you kind of have to have them available, but largely I think that the Twitch solution for that is confusing at best and annoying at worst, and doesn't really offer a lot in the way of customizability that's useful, which I kind of hate. Also, my bot can give channel points when offline. Or tickets rather. I just tickets so that it doesn't.
My chicken's doing a thing again.
Your chicken's doing a thing again?
Not anymore.
Well, that's good that it's not doing that thing anymore. How you doing, cutest? Oh, things are good. I'll look today or tomorrow. I mean, literally, I would say that it doesn't need any interface. Aqua. It doesn't need anything. All it needs is just a button where you give it permissions to enter your chat and hang out, and then just have one function, which is just auto host or manually host the channel that you're currently auto hosting. That's all it needs to do. It's the only feature it needs. But like I said, if you needed help with hosting costs or anything, like I would chuck a couple dollars at that Patreon if you did that. Or buy you a coffee, one of the two. It's like I would help fund that as much as I could. Because it genuinely was the only source of natural growth throughout Twitch while you weren't live. Or while you were live. And also the best way to promote your friends while you weren't live. Like, one of my favorite things is, like, I used to get quite a few viewers from Disnoff's channel. And I know for a fact, actually, a lot of you guys found me through Disnoff. While people were waiting for him to go live. And a lot of them never followed me. And one of them popped by recently. It was, like, in, like, mid-December. And they popped in and they said, "Oh, you still stream?" I was like, "Yeah, I never went away." And they're like, "Oh, I thought you quit." Because I was never on their I was never on the channel page for auto hosting. On that channel, they're like, "Oh, I just assumed you stopped streaming because I stopped seeing your auto hosts." Like, well, like that's something I've gotten like more than once now. That was just the most recent one. It's fun. You're in the middle of something else. Well, finish the something else first. That's the thing that matters. You're all right? How's holiday season for you going? And how's the crappy family internet going? Which is such a good feature of implementing, such a good job of, I mean, do you remember boosts? The channel boosts where you'd use channel points to boost a channel? That was like a really big deal for like a week. Do you remember that? Anybody remember that feature? Firebot was originally a bot that was designed entirely for Mixer, right? And then Mixer went the way of the dodo, understandably so. And the issue with it, well, not the issue. The benefit of it is it's a modern bot that's designed around the current Twitch API, so it ties into channel points. It has functionality to tie into every feature that Twitch has right now. You don't use boosts, you just get boosts occasionally from Twitch. Like there is no, the channel has no say over it. Got to. So it has tie-ins to all of that stuff, which makes it actually useful. And you can download it and use it locally. But it was kind of, it's just not quite what I would consider to be feature complete enough right now to use it. I know some people who've switched over already and they love it. comparatively to the competition. But I will be switching once they have a way for me to import my my tickets system over there, which they are working on. Food poisoning? Oh no! Showed parents the new Star Trek Discovery episodes, and you watched a couple of TV shows together. Fun. Did you see the most recent episode of The Expanse? It's pretty good. Back to lurking. Gotta study. You do what you gotta do, Cold Blue. Thank you very much for that. The subscription. You get ad-free viewing now. It's like honestly the best part about subbing. But yeah, I don't know. It's like it's really funny because like a lot of the features that Twitch adds, my issue isn't that Twitch then forgets about them. It's that Twitch doesn't need them. I think the reason Mixer existed and then failed was because it had so much gamification and so many systems on top of systems and so many things on top of things and so many useless features that nobody used. Because it had all of those, that site was just a clusterfuckian mess to use. Like, it was harder to use Mixer than it should have been. Like, I use streaming platforms all the time, right? YouTube, like Twitch, I can navigate any of them. Mixer was always a confusing mess. Twitch is becoming that. Because they're still trying to implement features from Mixer. And they should just say fuck it and throw all that shit out, because all that does is just make the experience of watching the stream worse. Which is also why like I don't have any plugins, and why my screen is as minimal as possible, and why I try and keep my chat like in order so that it's watchable, readable. Jedi Fallen Order is free on Prime Gaming. How do you redeem those? I've never actually accepted any reward from Prime Gaming ever, so I should probably look into that. We will also be lurking for the time to play old-fashioned turn-based strategy games. Ooh, what you playing? If I can ask Reinhardt before you vanish. You don't get how they're going to end it in 2 episodes? There's talk about it getting another season. Because right now they're on season 6. Yeah, as of like 2 days. Unless I'm like misreading this. For the Amazon game app? I don't need another one. Epic is enough for me. Is what bad? What, The Expanse? Like, I'm confused. What are you asking if it is bad? Also, if anybody else wants to help me another way, there's a link to a Reddit thread. I can't technically ask for upvotes because that's breaking Reddit's terms of service, but I will say there's a Reddit thread, and if you click on things, it helps. A merchant got into a fight with an owl. Who won? The Great Horned Owl attacks the merchant, but he jumps away. Well, that's good. The humans have arrived to trade. Get that going. Like, you haven't seen a single episode of The Expanse? Like, at all? It's my favorite sci-fi series since Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Period. There's a boring-ish season, which has a good payoff at the end of it. Cutest, which is the one where they're just on that other planet? Which season is that? Is that season 4 or 5? I think it's 5. No, not the, actually no, it would have been season 4. Season 4 was kind of boring for most of it, and it takes a little bit to get going. By a little bit, I mean like the first 3 episodes are a little yeah of the show. It takes a couple episodes to really like ramp up and get exciting, but it is my favorite science fiction series. I would just want to say it's my favorite current science fiction series. Like there is no other good science fiction right now, and it's the closest thing that will ever get to an Elite Dangerous TV show. It is phenomenal. You have a hot take about Star Trek, but you need to prepare for it? Do you need to prepare for it, or you need to pray for it? What's your... I want to know. Quick, don't prepare. What's your hot take about Star Trek? Go! Are you going to say that Star Trek sucks? Because if so, I might have to ban you. Or, I mean, I won't ban you, but I will fall on the floor and cry. For me, like... The first episode of The Expanse was like, this is interesting. Second episode was, this is still interesting. And then, is it Breach and Clear? That first real fight scene. The first actual fight that happens in The Expanse, I was hooked after that. My hot take on Star Trek is, Nerf Q! Once the show you're on is done in a few days, what's the show that you're on? Yeah. Hey, Von Roland, by the way, how are you? I mean, people like the Star Trek cartoon. Are you saying that, like, people... Are you saying that it's good and that's a hot take? I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's the general consensus that the cartoon's pretty good. It's a cartoon made by Star Trek fans for Star Trek fans. Like, pretty hard to fuck that up. I've got too many crafts. Yeah, also that too. Which one? Okay, well then maybe give us a little bit more, like, example of what you're talking about. I mean... Isn't it like the general consensus that Picard is terrible and not many people like Discovery? And Enterprise was terrible. So, like, isn't the general consensus that most people don't really like the recent stuff? And that the good stuff is the old stuff? I don't think that's a hot take. To say that something else is better than the current stuff. I think that, yeah, that's not a hot take. That's a very cold take. Cool Gub. Pinrazar says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. To be clear, I haven't seen Discovery, and I also haven't seen Picard, and I've seen enough of Enterprise to know that I don't like it. I'm going off of what other people have said, that people are very mixed on Discovery, and Picard is, like, generally disliked, which is sad, because I was really excited for it when I heard that it first became a thing. The original series is mwah. Next Generation is mwah, aside from most of those episodes of that first season. And Deep Space Nine is better than Sex. Even those recent J.J. Abrams movies were pretty okay. You know, I think that, like, a lot of people hate on the kind of recent-ish movies just for being silly action flicks, but the fact that they make it very clear that it's in a different universe and Star Trek's been doing that in the comics as long as Star Trek has existed. I own a couple Star Trek comics from back in the day that, like, I don't like Enterprise for one specific reason. It breaks the continuity and lore for no reason, and it's in the same universe and timeline. So I don't like that one because it's lore breaking, but whatever. Also, I didn't really like the characters and cast, and the design of the ships kind of sucked. But in the comics, they very frequently had, like, very action-heavy ones, and then at the end they'd be like, but it's an alternate timeline! And I'm kind of okay with them doing that. And I think that those J.J. Abrams movies did a pretty good job of being like, but it's an alternate timeline. So it kind of works in that sense. Although the last one that they put out was a bit of a letdown, in my opinion. Just because too many of the actors died. It's like Spock passed away, and I was watching the what was his name? The kid who plays I always forget. What's his name? Anton? What was his name? Yeah, Anton Yelchin. Because he died in June 2016, which was like less than a year before that movie came out, the most recent one. And watching that was like difficult. It's like this character who's really good in this movie is dead, and that's tough to watch. And just went back enjoying every episode. Season 5 had some great bottle episodes and more character-driven episodes, and now that the characters have matured a bit. Yeah, I mean, Star Trek always takes a little bit for the characters to mature a bit, which is why I'm giving Discovery like 3 seasons before I try watching it. Because I've heard enough mixed things that I believe that there is a world where that show gets good at some point. But, I don't know. I'm giving it more time. But I don't know. It's just it's tough to watch. And yeah, I don't know. I enjoyed the recent Star Trek movies. And it's the same? Is it really at season 4 already? I thought that they were like just finishing season 3. But I don't know. I just want somebody to go to Frontier Developments and just get some of the people who've worked on Expanse and like the cinematography of Expanse and just make an Elite Dangerous show, because that's such a fucking cool world that is so poorly realized in that video game. Like, holy shit. There's two science fiction video game franchises that I really want a good live action TV show. I really want a good BattleTech TV show. Like, it's just Game of Thrones with mechs. Like, how could you possibly fuck that up? How could you possibly fuck that up? I need it. I really, really, really want a good BattleTech TV show, and I really, really, really want a good Elite show. I apparently need a toilet break. I will be back in a moment. Hi, Orange. Did you ever hear back about that job interview? Hope you're doing well. I'm standing up. Hold up. Now that we've risen to the occasion, probably next week. Well, best of luck, dude. I'm just hoping I can say congrats on the new job at some point. For the Dominion Station is and the Argarians, I think that Jake and Nog are just secretly plotting against them is just really trying to get... You know, I just wish that we could go back to a world where, like, individual Star Trek episodes win Academy Awards. I wish that we could get back to that world, you know? You won't stand for this, but you can sit for it, though. In fact, I'm pretty sure you're sitting right now. That's just a bet. Mild assumption. You don't have to stand. I'm the one who has to stand. But how you doing today, Orange? How's things? Truck driving doesn't have not crazy hours, Rory. You rest in between jobs in that industry. Next Generation and DS9 have some really great standalone holy crap, I never thought about this moral dilemma before episodes. Yeah. I want to go back to that world. Although there is some elements in The Expanse that make me feel kind of that way. I don't know, no, this isn't really a spoiler. I'm just referencing a type of character in the most recent season of The Expanse, but The Expanse has a whole set of characters that are little polyamorous family that runs a spaceship of basically bounty hunters at this point. And they're just like, there's so many like weird, or not weird, but like interesting relationships between them all, because they're all like a family. And they just go around, like, ambushing people, basically. And there's really, like, kind of interesting family dynamics in that movie, or not movie, in that show that, like, sort of happen on Earth, but currently, but not that frequently, that are a lot more common when everybody's locked in a spaceship for decades at a time. It's a really interesting show just in, like, people dynamics. Certain trucking companies are better than others, put real beds in the backs of the trucks. I mean, oh, for sure, definitely. Maybe one had pretty comfortable beds. Can you, like, bring a tent and just, like, camp next to your truck with, like, an air mattress or something? Or will you just get parked on by another truck? You'd get run over? That sucks. A family that murder hobos together stays together. Exactly! I don't know. I love The Expanse for that reason. There's a lot of shit that, like, you wouldn't immediately think of would happen frequently in space, until that show's just like, hey, yeah, we thought about this. Well, or rather, I guess the books were like, hey, yeah, we thought about this. Just good world building. I just love all of the shit with the belters. Like, I would watch a spin-off show that just takes place in the belt. Actually, if they could just make, like, a Medina Station, I think is the name of it, spin-off show, or even like a series station spin-off show that just takes place in series, I would watch the hell out of that. Like, I just want to know more about, like, gang life on series. Although I kind of doubt that show will ever really get spin-offs. I'd watch them if it did, but I don't really expect it to. And also, you know, when every single character in a given situation is intermingled in a family relationship, it hurts even more when somebody just gets, like, spaced. But good show. You should watch The Expanse. That's like, I'm not generally the kind of person to be like, you should watch this show. Like, there's plenty of shows that I've seen in my life that I'm like, yeah, you can live without seeing it. But it's like, if you like science fiction, fucking watch The Expanse. That's the cartoon you were talking about? Linked to the mobile IMDb. Huh. Not super related to Star Trek, but has anybody here seen the fake episode of Star Trek in Black Mirror? Because that thing is fun. That's one of my favorite Black Mirror episodes, just maybe ever. You used to love that show? That last season was rough, with the exception of that one episode. There was, there was one good episode in that most recent season. The other two were kind of, yeah. Although, it took me like 30 minutes of one of the episodes to realize that one character is played by Miley Cyrus. Like, it didn't even occur to me that was Miley Cyrus for the first, like, almost hour of viewing. Also, the humans are leaving. They're done trading. You haven't followed it in the last couple of years? There's an episode featuring Miley Cyrus. The yogurt episode? Are you thinking of Love, Death Plus Robots? Hey, my mayor gave birth to a girl. We have another baby girl. Anybody want to be the newest baby in the fortress? We got another one. If you self-identify as a baby and would like to be one in real life, aka Dwarf Fortress, would you like to be a baby in Longdeath? Just simply raise your hand if you don't currently have a dwarf. I mean, Love, Death, and Robots was interesting. And the second season of Love, Death, and Robots was great. Hobo's never had a second baby. So we could indeed give Hobo another baby. But that would be us giving it to Hobo. Cutest, you've kind of had a lot, but I'll keep you in reserve unless nobody else wants it. It's gotten harder naming people since chat's been so lurky recently, which is kind of fart sounds. Any takers? Just gotta raise your hand. Alrighty, cutest. How many other dwarves have you had? Can you remember? Or do I have to look it up? I think it might be IV. You're rooting for Hobo? I mean, I could give it to Hobo. Reinhardt wants it? Okay. You can has it. Have you even had a dwarf before? I don't think you have. She is the daughter of Ushirir, who's the mayor, and Doran Tremelcrafts, and is a dubious worshipper of the Spear of Incineration and a worshipper of Ashen. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. She is very thin, and she has a low voice, and her slightly sunken cobalt eyes are close set. Her ears are very short, and her medium-length hair is neatly combed. Her hair is a crew, and her skin is sandy taupe. She personally is greatly disturbed by the quiet and peaceful existence. Values honesty, and values sacrifice. She likes native copper, platinum, risen opal, tunnel, tube, wood, elk bird, rami fabric, and large gems, and giant narwhals for their horns. The fact that there are... I just learned that there are narwhals in Dwarf Fortress, and also, like, contemplated the fact that there can be giant narwhals. And the words of the number of glistening, and the sound of the satin of rhyming, and the sight of the aquamarine quincence, and prefers to consume bark scorpion and blue strawberry wine. Well, you'll be real happy here. And you hate rats, because strawberry wine is our most common wine here. She is a perfectionist, and she's very impolite, inconsiderate of property, and she does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations. Though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason, she is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger. Perhaps a bit foolhardily for a baby. She is easily moved to mercy, even though she's a baby, and she tries to keep her things orderly, but can't really do that very well because she can't walk because she's a baby. She does not often feel lustful, well, obviously because she's a baby, and she is sometimes quarrelsome. Well, she cries a lot because she's a baby, but she is bothered by this as she values friendship. Not that she knows what that is because she's a baby. She doesn't focus on the matter at hand and is very humble, odd, because she's a baby, and she is swayed by the emotions of others. Well, naturally, she's a baby. Listen to Mummy. She isn't given to flights of fancy, and she has a calm demeanor. Well, I guess she doesn't cry as much as she did previously, and she's not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. Well, because she has none, because she's a baby. And she is slow to anger. Oh, good. Well, that's good for a baby. And she can only form tenuous emotional bonds with others. Doesn't know who Mummy is and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Like any good baby. Some months ago? All right, we'll just go with Reinhardt 2. Safe. Well, actually, hold on. Stat 1 D. No, right. Can't edit details of clay statues. Stat rock. Sure, that works. The historical figure. Right. Yeah, you have not had a dwarf before. Wait. Enjoy your work, or your lurks, not works. And you might be working, I don't know. Not saying which part, though. Why? Because you're a baby? I don't know why that's so funny to me, but just babies being born with, like, completely detailed, like, super detailed personalities is one of my favorite quirks of Dwarfort. But I'm just happy that we have 2 babies in one stream. It's been a little bit since we've had that. We're back up to 31 population, which is actually good. That's pretty damn good. We're going to brew some more drinks. Let's brew drinks from plants. Brew. Drink from fruit. Get more strawberry wine up and running. What were we talking about before that happened? Yeah, Black Mirror kind of... I think the issue with Black Mirror is they've started, at least towards the last few episodes, kind of started running out of ideas. You know? I mean... I think that show kind of peaked with the Snow Globe episode. Like, to anybody who's... Like, I don't want to spoil Black Mirror for anybody who hasn't seen it, but I will just simply state the snow globe episode. If you've seen it, you know. That was kind of where that show peaked for me. And it never really had a point beyond that where it got better than that. The Boy Who Cried Wolf. Yeah. Snow Globe episode. And also, I really like the everybody pedaling on bicycles in the giant factory with the lottery and the advertisements. That's also a good episode. Like, there's bits and pieces of that show that are absolute fucking genius. And then there's parts of that show that are just like, what? Like, also, like, the social scores one was really good. Because they're literally doing that right now, everywhere, around the world, on all social media. So, like, the social scores episode is pretty fucking good for that reason. Because it's just like, yo, reality check. Our current existence is terrifying. But, you know, kind of. It's just certainly hit a point of diminishing returns. I'm trying to think, like, that, although to me I think Black Mirror is less of a show that I recommend people watch and more of a show that I say, if you're interested in it, look up a view guide and watch the good episodes and skip the bad ones. Because they're all, like, more or less standalone with the exception of that one season where they all kind of tied back together at the end. There's really good episodes of that show, and then there's completely forgettable episodes of that show. Prime sub to Kiri. Well, so to set an alarm, I don't know. Slight tease, by the way, because chat's lurky and a few people here care, but I own the rights to halcyonfrequency.com, which is a thing that's happening soon, TM. I had to buy that the other day. You already can't wait to see what I do with that. It's going to be very boring. But it'll have some features, hopefully. We're working on a few things. Some fun things. But don't get too excited. Keep your expectations level. How many jobs do you have, T? How's Rory doing? Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. I'm like, why can't I zoom to user? The lack of dining tables one. That one perplexes the ever-living hell out of me because I got so many tables. For some reason, I can't find dining tables. Making some silk clothing. And we're gonna get these being processed again. I taught some crafting. I'm very proud. I'm glad that you taught some crafting, Dwarf. Okay, so yeah, I know that I've been talking about this way too much past few days, but that revenue split thing, this person has a funny take. I will not purchase a subscription until this matter is fixed, and partly because of it, I attempt to avoid Amazon products and services whenever possible. You're not going to buy a subscription. This doesn't concern you. But you're just, like, being mad. If you're concerned about creators on Twitch, not purchasing a subscription is not exactly going to help creators on Twitch. It's an area of feedbacks very specifically pointed at creators on Twitch. Not pointed at, you know, anything else. It's kind of funny to me when there's people just like, I will not buy this until... Nobody cares. And you're certainly, like, not helping. Support creators that you like with the means that the platform gives you. Unless, you know, you want streamers to go bankrupt, but that's certainly some people's take. Need to make 3 cabinets. 3 iron cabinets. Going to embed halcyon frequency streams on the website? Probably not. Not much of a reason to do that. At least none that we've found yet. Apparently I have baby peacocks. Not entirely sure how that happened. But because I have them, we're going to start harvesting the eggs. The answer to that, though, is maybe, Rory. Maybe. But probably not. That's not the purpose of it. Also, Twitch hates embeds so much that they might not even function. Twitch more or less made embeds an impossibility. That used to be like the old school hustle for a lot of people, is they would embed their website in as many places, or embed their stream in as many places as possible, and also on their own website. You'd get ad revenue from your own personal website and just views from everywhere else. But try watching streams on like multi-Twitch for an extended period of time without the stream breaking. Or even like on Tiltify, which is like, you know, a charitable platform. Very quickly, Twitch will be like, hey, you are watching this on a site that is not Twitch. Please switch to Twitch. So it's kind of a waste of time. No, it wouldn't, because it times out after 10 minutes. Right. I mean, I'd love it if I made a website and people idled on it. That would be great. But, unfortunately, that's not how that works. It's good and kind of lame. It happened because... there's actually, like, a completely straight-up factual reason for why it happened. Lyric, the streamer, L-I-R-I-K, little streamer, independent, small, niche caster who plays niche video games. You might have heard of him. He plays things like Arma. But anyway, Lyric did a sponsored promotion for Microsoft alongside of the launch of Age of Empires 1 Definitive Edition, right? So he did a stream alongside of Age of Empires Definitive Edition. And as part of that, Microsoft paid for ad placements. But one of the websites that Microsoft paid for ad placements on was Reddit. Okay? So, Lyric's stream was on the front page of /r all because of the way embeds work. So if you're watching an embedded stream, like this is my stream embedded on Reddit right now, right? If you're watching it, it'll work for a little bit. And then after about 30 minutes, it'll turn into a purple screen that says, "Oi!" Or when the next ad break would be is when it happens. Because, like, Twitch is always trying to run ad breaks in the background, even if you're not running them. When the next ad check happens to refresh a new ad, it'll turn into a purple screen that says, you're not watching on Twitch, watch on another platform. Because Lyric on that day, and it was like 300,000 concurrent viewers. And like Lyric's famous, don't get me wrong. Like he's got a lot of viewers generally. Investments are open, heads up chat. He's got a lot of viewers generally. So Lyric's a big channel on a good day, right? But he's like a 15 to 30,000 concurrent viewer channel, not like a multiple hundreds of thousands of viewers. And when he did that, people just started promoting themselves on Reddit. And within like a week, there was a lot of pressure from a lot of other places saying, hey, that shouldn't be allowed. And so Twitch removed that feature, which also then simultaneously wrecked. So I know a guy, I don't particularly like him, but I know a guy who streamed a lot of Hunt Showdown. And he randomly got really big and randomly got partnered one day. So like went from being like a 20 concurrent viewer channel to being like a 500-600 concurrent viewer channel. Nobody could quite figure out why. When Twitch flipped that switch and turned off embeds, his view count went back down to 20. You know what he was doing? He was a very frequent poster on a couple old forums from back in the day that have very high SEO, like tens of thousands of posts. He embedded his Twitch stream in his signature. So, you know, like back in the day on forums, you could have a signature, which would just be like a thing that would be at the bottom of all your posts. He embedded his stream in his signature. And because so many of those old forum posts from back in the day had a lot of views on them, and still got a lot of views on them, just idle viewership from over the years boosted his stats to a point where he just spiked up huge. And it's kind of sad because his stream is dead now. But like, he never had more than like, I want to say like at the time when I used to watch him, he had like 9 emotes. That's all he'd unlocked. He had almost no subs, made almost no money, had very little revenue. And then he just had so many viewers that he just started making money. And it's like basically just breaking Twitch. So people, Twitch just kind of like nuked that after that started happening. Specifically with Reddit, because it became so fucking obvious. But like channels like Fextra Life, for example. If you go to fextralife.com, Fextra Life, I think it's just .com. Hold on, let me just double check this. Yeah, fextralife.com. It's just a game wiki. Their streams are embedded on every single one of their pages, right? So right here, this is a very heavily viewed games wiki. But because their Twitch streams are embedded, they had, or always would have, before Twitch nuked that feature, like 80 to 100,000 concurrent viewers. And now they have like significantly less than that, but still massively inflated because of how much traffic their webpage gets. It's just not a level playing field. So Twitch nuked that feature a long time ago, thank God. Which on one hand, it would be really nice to have, but also, Yippity-doo-dah. Good job, GMT Dave. That's a lot of tickets. Twitch has slowly migrated from being a streaming service to an application, because being an application means you can control the interaction, and that's their advertising strategy. Yep. I don't know. I'm nervous right now about Twitch, specifically because of this. I'm very nervous because if Twitch does change the revenue splits, holy fuck, that would be nice for my wallet. But if Twitch changed the revenue splits, I don't want to know how many more ads would show up on Twitch. Really don't. I really, really don't. Because Twitch has too many ads already. And I wish Twitch had less ads. I would pay Twitch to remove ads. But But isn't everything slowly moving from being a website and service to an application? Isn't everything trying to do that? Isn't that just Web 3.0, Aqua? Where, like, you don't have websites anymore, you just have applications that run connected through the internet? Like, isn't that, like, the goal of Web 3.0 is to move out and move away from using web browsers to just having applications? Which I kind of hate, but that's just me being old. It's like, you'll fight it? Yep. For example, I'm curious about this example once you post it. YouTube allows you to get some API keys that identify me when watching videos and provides me subscriptions, etc. And then you can use your third-party viewer app? Sure. Now I'm even more curious. Whereas Twitch locks all that shit down, I assume, is where this is going. I'm honestly curious what Twitch would have to charge monthly to cover costs and provide a modicum of profit like Turbo, and then push Twitch Turbo hard, try to pay bills that way instead of maximizing profits with ads. You know what they should do? What they should do? This would be the most unpopular thing ever and probably destroy the platform overnight. But what they should do is they should charge you to stream and get perks. So you could stream for free. You could just have a free account and stream on Twitch. But they should charge you $10 a month. And then you have direct control over how many ads are shown, when they're shown, how many, if ads are shown at all. It should give you control over the amount people can pay for subs and maybe give you access to better revenue splits. You should be able to control that. But it only locks it down, but once you were available, and Twitch only locks it down, but that was an available feature that Twitch removed it. It used to be if you were Twitch Turbo, you'd get no ads. Oh yeah, I know. That's why I used to pay for Twitch Turbo. And when you used your authentication key to watch streams, now it doesn't allow you to provide any login information when you watch anymore, but their app. Interesting. And you'd love that too. And ad-supported services mean we are not the customer, and that's, yep. I mean, if I like, but I'm not saying direct that at the average viewer. I'm saying direct that service at the streamers. But imagine the kind of anger that would come out of the wider, smaller Twitch streamer community if Twitch was like, yo, you have to pay us to get these features. Do you have any idea how pissed off people would get? It would literally inadvertently kill the platform overnight. But I genuinely believe it would probably be the biggest change for the better that Twitch could possibly do. Yeah, no, they'd have to be really careful with what features they locked behind it. But I see it as if you're paying for premium, you could just tell Twitch what you want your payout amount to be, you know? Do you want it to be $1 they pay you? Okay, they pay you whenever you get $1 once a month. Do you want to get paid monthly or bi-monthly? Do you want to get paid weekly? Do you want just add in all a bunch of other silly features like that? Do you want to have a better cut? Okay, pay. You better be making enough to pay for it. Maybe they could even take it out of your paycheck. They could do that so easily. But I don't know. It in the grand scheme of things would be a terrible idea, but Best part is that we're already paying for the service. The companies that pay for the ads are using our money that we give them to pay for products for the ads. Yep. They get rid of all the ads, then you could just use our money to give it directly to Twitch instead. Oh, absolutely. Go and put on reading glasses for a moment. Oh, absolutely. There's very in-depth conversations happening currently. They brought us a cow. Council of Men brought a 1-page donation. Stone's going to be thrilled. This guy's carrying a water buffalo in a cage. It's going to take him a while to get down here. 2 more cabinets. You hate ad-supported web. That way you're not the customer, and it means that services priority is pushing ads, not your experience. No, I completely agree. But the problem isn't you who says that you hate the ad-supported web, because I couldn't agree more, right? Like, if I could be entirely crowdfunded and have 0 ads on any of my content, I would do it. But that's not the reality, because Twitch doesn't let me disable ads for everybody. And frankly, with YouTube, if you don't monetize your content, YouTube promotes you less. So it's like, I don't know. It just sucks. I just wish that Twitch Turbo worked. You know, we live in a world right now where Twitch Turbo didn't work, right? Like, do you remember when Amazon Prime gave you free ad-free viewing? Like, they tried it twice. Both times it wasn't profitable, and both times it didn't work. So, I don't think that charging for features is ever going to work on Twitch, because it won't be adopted. It just won't. And now we live in a world where ads are automated on Twitch, and I mean, I know that, like, FG runs ads like this, and a lot of my teammates do quite well with it, and they make quite a bit of money off of them, but I ran automated ads for 2 days just to try them. And in those 2 days, I made about 30 cents more a day in ads. Whoopty frickin' wingdings. And I got enough, not complaints, but could you repeat that? I was stuck in an ad by viewers. I got that enough that why even fucking bother? You know? Like, just having like a longtime regular who doesn't normally subscribe or supports on Patreon tell me that they missed something because they were stuck in an ad is enough reason for me to turn that feature off. I fucking hate it. With people's recommend channels recently where viewers could pay them, that was a very brief thing that happened for a minute. I don't know if that ever actually rolled out. It was just in beta testing in some regions. I never even saw the feature because Canada wasn't one of those regions. So I know they posted about it and it got a lot of backlash. We have a water buffalo bull, which I'm just going to immediately butcher. Alongside, oh, I mean, actually, I could put that cow up with the other cattle. And now we'll just butcher. Make it easy. You can't decide when the ad rolls out? Not when they're... Well, there's a delay them button when they're automated and a countdown timer that you can see. But with a stream like mine, there's no good time to run an automated ad because my whole stream is conversations, right? Like, you guys know this. And we've talked about this many times on this channel. Like, my channel lives and dies by the conversations. It's just the way I stream. And it's the way I've streamed as long as I've streamed. So the issue is, like, the second an ad wrecks that, I'm just hitting that delay button constantly. What's the point in automating them? I'm just like running into issues. It's like, to a degree, I'm all right with the entrance ads, like the pre-roll ads. To a degree, I'm all right with those. Like, if you need to run ads on a site like Twitch, pre-rolls are fine. You know, you open up a channel, you sit through a 30-second ad, and then you're in the channel. That's, like, if I have to have ads, I'm okay with that. I'm not okay with the run 2 minutes of ads per hour every 50, or 30 seconds of ads every 15 minutes. Like, that can fuck right off. I don't want to watch that, and I don't want to be part of that. And whenever I run into channels that do that, if I like watching the channel, I subscribe so I don't need to see that, or I just stop watching the channel. Those are like the two options. It's like I can either stop watching the channel or I subscribe. Usually I stop watching. And I realize, like, I think to a degree I'm in the minority of that, because that's the popular thing amongst big channels, right? And like, I started watching a channel again recently that I haven't watched in about 2 years, and he was running ads every 15 minutes. And I was like, well, I used to sub to you, but do I want to sit through getting back into the swing of things, constantly breaking conversations and missing chunks because you're running these automated ads? Or do I just miss it? And that's tough. Oh, no, absolutely. Like, manually run ads the old-fashioned way, like, I'm okay with. Like, if somebody's standing up and leaving, or there's nothing happening on the stream, and the streamer runs a 30-second ad, I don't care about that. It's the automated ones that bother me. Yeah, I can see them resorting to that sort of thing down the road, but not having it forward-facing to the viewers, but a premium option for streamers. Even, like, a premium option for partners. Like, not even just streamers. It's like, if... Like, I would happily give Twitch anywhere from $10 to $25 a month to turn off ads entirely on my channel. I would happily give Twitch $10 to $25 a month to have some priority. I would happily pay for the privilege to have that. Happily. Like, it would be a business expense. It would be part of doing business, right? It's like paying for web hosting. I would gladly do that. But it would break Twitch because the people that I was once, the people who are dreaming of doing this full time, who are grinding and like fucking working that hustle, would get so mad if they get an inkling that Twitch is prioritizing people that have already made it, which is already the case, but Twitch is just real good at hiding it. Twitch would need to hide it. I don't know. This is a weird discussion that's oddly specific. This is what happens when I'm just kind of left to my own devices and view counts suck. It's because I just start rambling. You guys need to steer me into more interesting subjects. Oof. Guys, we might be starting to have problems with Longdeath. I'm starting to suspect that the recent view counts that are crappy is because of Longdeath. And I don't really know what to do because I love this series. It's tough right now. Let's bring some crafts. I can just not actually do it this way. I just need to sell crafts. Get rid of the crafts. Get rid of the crafts. Get rid of the crafts. Yeah, but look at the view count, Sauces. I don't know. It's been trickling down since November. Aqua. I don't think it's just this time of year. I think this time of year is maybe amplifying it, but... Like I said, I think that that's part of it, but I don't think that's just it. Just trading everything that's sitting here right now. To be clear, I'm not stating that I'm dropping Longdeath or anything. I'm starting to wonder. Because 40 concurrent viewers is not sustainable long term. Short term, it's fine, but long term, nuh-uh. I need to get back up to 80 and 90, which is where I was before the auto hosts broke. Or before Twitch killed auto hosts, actually. Like 70 to like 110 viewers is perfectly sustainable. But for my living requirements, like my cost of living, 40 is not even remotely. Clearing up the obsidian generator. Yeah, we're just clearing up boulders, and we're going to be doing this for the next like 3 weeks, I think. It's very much a like round 2 of the giant pit, basically, which took me, I want to say, about 30 years in game to clear. Will probably be pretty similar to that. Also, hi sauces. I hope you're doing well. It's like, yeah, no, I love Longdeath. I think Longdeath is kind of the backbone of what I do these days. Adjust the thing before I sit back down. Chat, you get to bow down to my level now. And to be clear, it's not so much a, like, people are not watching Longdeath anymore. It's more of a... And also, when I comment that, like, view counts have been rough on Longdeath, it's not you guys. It's not the fault of the people here, so before you finish typing and press enter, do not apologize to me. Okay? You're here right now, you're not the issue. The issue is the people that, you know, watch me sporadically. That are like, oh, he's doing that again? Nah. And they go watch something else. That's the problem. So even though, like, the core audience of people who just watch me do whatever will be here, that's fine. But if the core audience starts to shrink, that's where the problem sets in, right? So if I can just stream Longdeath on a Tuesday and get, you know, 60 to 100 people, that's fine. But if I'm streaming Longdeath on a Tuesday or a Thursday or a Wednesday and sitting at 40, that's not sustainable. And that's a problem. And that's cause for concern. And we're at that point again. And I don't like it. I mean, yesterday was a perfectly good example. I was playing a random indie game that has no following whatsoever, or very small following. And we set it like higher view counts average all day because it was something different, which is, to me, is just kind of solidifying in my brain that I need to do something. So, I don't know. Maybe Longdeath needs to become like the evening game. I don't know. I need to figure out how to keep this sustainable. I know, before somebody else says it, there will probably be an influx in viewership when the Steam version comes out. But it's highly likely Longdeath won't be compatible. So, I don't know what's going to happen. It might become very infrequent this year if this keeps up. So, this might just become a 10-year long fort, which I'd be okay with, honestly. That might be fun. But the stats don't lie, unfortunately. But Aqua, what you said earlier is the exact reason why I'm concerned. At what you said at 1:17 my time, which was, speaking of Longdeath, what are the dwarves up to? Silence in the chat. Do we think the Steam version is coming out this year? That's the suspicion. Because Taran literally said as much last time I spoke with him. It needs to release in 2022. Like, it financially has to for them. So, I mean, there's still people that are like, it'll get pushed to 2023, but I'm pretty certain it'll be out this year. I'm at the point where it's like, if it's not out this year, I'll eat my shoe. Because, like, they're past the majority of the scary development shit. That takes a long time. Yeah, me too, Aqua. I hope it makes it out in a way that people like. No, totally. I agree, Aqua. I just hope they get to release the whole game at once. Yeah, no, I mean, current statistics on Longdeath are not sustainable. I don't think we'll ever be able to do another year of, like, mostly nothing but Longdeath, like we kind of did towards the end of 2020, which was fun. But unfortunately, I think that this fort has become either samey or boring enough for the average viewer that people don't tune in for it unless you tune into my stream regardless. Which is bad. So, I don't know what to do, chat. I really don't. Anyway, because there hasn't been enough reason for this in the last hour, and it's been... And chat's only Aqua right now. Can I get a round of beers? I'm curious how many of you 43 people watching right now are actually listening. Stream. Just type in the word beer. That's also an example. The only person who I didn't know for a fact was listening was Animal. So, I hope that you guys understand this little ramble right now. I thought you went to bed, cutest. Go to sleep. Sleep well, cutest. Oh. Yeah, I don't know, guys. And trust me, it's not just this time of year. Bed beers are where it's at. As somebody who drank a beer in bed once, means you're really low. Like, if I'm drinking a beer in bed, someone needs to call a doctor. A kangaroo just fell off my wall, I think. Your prediction is the DF like fortress mode will be done on the 3rd of March 22. I mean, my bet is fortress mode will be at least UX wise complete by the end of January, because Tarn just needs to finish the Civ screen. The Embark screen and the military screen, which are the two scary ones, are done. So he's got one screen to finish, and he's been finishing about a screen per month throughout 2021. So I would bet that by the end of January, Fortress mode will most likely be mostly shippable. So once again, I will lament the fact that what's it called? YouTube removed the now live on Twitch feature from YouTube. I wish that that feature was never removed. But because right now I'd be getting extra possible 72 views per, or actually 140 possible views per hour. Even if 1% of those clicked on it, that would bump my view count up by about 10. But I don't know. I'm just like spiraling, chat. You guys need to change the subject to anything else and help me get a conversation going. Otherwise, I'm just going to sit here and ramble about this. Because this shit is just too depressing for me. Falling into irrelevancy is a constant problem as a Twitch streamer. Hey, Darren. How we do? Tabletop Sim and Witcher for a friend. Best of luck. Nope. Onyx. No, my numbers have been consistently worse since August 2021. Like August 2021, my average view count was 91. So there was an average of 91 people watching here throughout that month. Twitch's recommended algorithm is getting better, but it's still not good. And also, that only really helps you if you're playing popular games. So unless you watch very specific, weird, niche Twitch shit, you're not going to get a recommendation from me. Because I play weird, specific Twitch niche stuff. I wish that I'd never saw Borat, so no. And 2 other streams you follow. Yeah, I tend to just get recommends for like my teammates, which I think is kind of funny. It's like, another stream you might like, Bellinair. It's like, I've been subbed for 56 months. What? Why are you recommending a channel that I've watched for literally years? What's my favorite cheese? Edible cheese. It keeps giving you channels that you want to block. Yeah. Twitch has like this like habit of sending me emails to my bots account because I have these emails disabled on my mains account. But on my bots account, it's like recommended channels that you should watch. And it's like Summit. I was like, cool. But like, why are you recommending Summit in emails? At the end of the day, Twitch doesn't really care about people like me because I'm not in a region where I'm unique. Like, I'm not from, let's just throw it, a Scandinavian country that doesn't have a lot of streamers, or I'm not from Africa or something. I'm a generic white dude, so there's a lot of us. And I play niche games that don't bring a lot of traffic. So Twitch is like, you exist? Yeah, because you missed the first few months that I was not partnered, but had a sub button. Animal. But welcome to the realms of Dwarf Fortress, Onyx. Or something looks horrifying? Sounds fun. Yeah, I've been like too concerned with local news recently to pay any attention to world news, cutest. Because like keeping track of what's happening outside and when it's safe for me to go grocery shopping is more concerning to me than what's going on in any other country in the world. But hey, Sarlacc, how are you? Yeah, that's fair enough. Although, to be fair, that's pretty far. I'm sure you're fine. But no, when it comes to views, good sustainable views for me with my cost of living and the average amount of money I make per view count, which I'm pretty good at predicting at this point because it's a stat I have to stare at in order to stream for a living, is about 60 to 90 concurrent viewers. It's about somewhere between 50 and 110 concurrent viewers average is healthy and sustainable. Anything below 50 is not for me. So. If you've seen any videos about graphics update for Steam, it was probably me. I mean, it's like, you know, Dwarf. Smoothed stone floor. Boulders in a stockpile. More boulders in a stockpile. Bricks in a stockpile. Factory, or not factories, but like workstations that are currently making bricks. Bedrooms. More bedrooms. Lava. I mean, it's ASCII, but this is a ASCII tile set, so it's, I don't know, it's pretty easy to follow. It gets more complicated when I start doing this, but it's still just like, even though it's like blue stuff is open space that drops down into the bottom of the fortress. Over here, those are trees. That's the tops of the trees. They're just like Minecraft trees, so they're pretty easy to kind of wrap your brain around. But these are unicorns, not to be confused with humans, which look identical. These are cows. It's not that bad. It takes a little bit of staring at it and you'll figure it out. Assuming, like, you're capable of reading. The thing that I always tell people is, like, if you have enough, like, life skills to be able to read a Twitch chat and type in a Twitch chat, you have all of the skills that you need to play Dwarf Fortress. You need to be able to read and type. That's it. Those are the only skills that you need to play Dwarf Fortress. And right now we're chucking out garbage that I don't need. Rotten food mostly. I must not have a brewer right now. Let's fix that. Bim, you can have a new job. Rory, you can have a new job. Speaking of Rory, how are you doing? Yay, Rory, you're no longer depressed. Once again, you're back into a happy mood. I mean, you know what a unicorn is, right? It's a single person that wants to participate in partnered couples threesomes. So maybe don't self-identify as a unicorn, unless you really know what that means. Alex, just say it. Can finally be happy in real life again. Dude, if you're like operating based on the happiness of the dwarf in this fortress, you're going to be a very unhappy person. Does the channel name an in-joke, or did he get better? I'm legally blind. I was born legally blind, and I'm still legally blind. Eyes don't get better, at least not from the birth defects that I have. My right eye doesn't work at all, and my left eye I have severe tunnel vision and floating blind spots. I play ASCII games and games that are either slow or have a lot of turn-based movement, or don't matter about aiming, or aiming where or games where aiming doesn't matter, because I am legally blind. All of my web pages are running at 200 or 300% size. I have a bold text and like chat splitting plugin for Twitch so that I can actually read Twitch chat. I am legally blind. The name is not an in. It started off as an in-joke because people were playing games with a blind guy. So instead of me constantly reminding people that I'm blind, I eventually just named myself Blind IRL so that people would shut up. Also just as kind of an in-joke between friends, a self-deprecating humor kind of deal. It's like, yep, I'm actually blind. And it just kind of stuck. So. Also, I lose some of my eyesight every year. So it's actually getting worse. Eventually, I don't know, I'll just go play text-based MMOs or something. Or like NetHack with text-to-speech turned on. Or something, I don't know. I'll figure out some solution eventually. Or brewers. Yes, and it'll be sticky, Cyrolac. What's even funnier is in the last 10 minutes, my view count dropped by 5. Why am I following you? Because I need more brewers. So I was finding dwarves that weren't currently employed and giving them the brewing job. I mean, you just arrived, and why are you following me? Volleyball. It's an old school mud? Yeah, well, text-based MMO are... Text-based MMOs are multi-user dungeons, which are muds. But when I say mud, when I say I'm going to play a mud, and there's a child watching me who's like under the age of 20, they go, "You're gonna play in mud?" So I just say text-based MMO because children understand what I'm saying a little quicker, or pretend and smile and nod like they understand what I'm saying, you know? But how's things, Volleyball? What's up? And Jay Nerdlin as well. But, you know, the number of people who understand the meaning of, like, even the existence of games like Zork is getting lower, so. You what, Cooler? You what? Merry Christmas to you too, Cooler. How's your holiday season going? Hopefully it's lovely. Hope everybody's staying safe and far away from Omicron. It's got an email from FedEx saying a parcel is on its way. That's terrible. I will start that. Could you say that you're getting rusty? Another midnight shift? Ooh. Are you at the midnight shift right now, or is this like a you're just chilling before you have to head off? Wait, what does that say? Learned about very large numbers. I saw one that said something about simple text. I misread. That would actually mean I have 2 packages I need to go pick up. One is allegedly a late Christmas gift from somebody, so we'll see how that goes. Been approving budgets for the last 6 hours. How do I save you from losing it? Oh, hi, from also in BC. Hello from the greater Vancouver area that's not underwater, or not anymore underwater. Well, we were never really underwater. I'm close enough to play people that were underwater that there was like people staying in tents here, though. Not quite, but staying in hotels, camping here. To retire and move to a cheap country and spend the rest of your days. What kind of Rory? What kind of name is Rory? You should not retire, but keep doing the job that you're doing. Give up the place that you live in currently. Become a camper van blogger, or vlogger, rather. Preach about minimalistic living. Keep the job that you have that I assume pays well enough to function as a human being. Pack away as much money into savings as possible, and then go become a surfing instructor in Hawaii. Or like buy a penthouse suite in Mexico or something. Or just like, you know, move to a cheap state like Indiana where nobody wants to live. Or like immigrate to Canada and live in Manitoba because nobody wants to live in Manitoba because there's nothing in Manitoba. Why one of your dwarves is hauling water to fill an indoor pond. Only one of your dwarves is... Okay, so per zone... So if I make a pond, right? Pit pond. And set the information is pond not full. Only one dwarf can do that, right? So if you want to fill a pond with a lot of buckets, make like 50 tiny zones around the edge of it. Instead of one big zone and set it as a pit pond. You make 50 tiny zones, then you'll get 50 dwarves running buckets. If you make one zone, you'll get one dwarf running with buckets. So you have to make lots of little zones instead of one big zone. Want to move and live there? I mean, I would have no problems with living in Russia if I spoke Russian, which is kind of like my biggest issue. Also, I live in a country that's almost as like socialist as Russia. So if you guys could figure out how to get like a multi-party system and like have maybe like one leader every 10 years instead of like the current dictatorship that you guys got running right now. If you guys could figure out that, I'd be totally fine with moving to Russia. I'll be completely honest. Although we've gone done and elected the same guy for a third term, which is getting a bit long in my opinion. So maybe Canada's just becoming like the new Russia. No, go ahead and do that. Yeah, it's a little finicky, but it does speed things up for sure. The Andor. You cannot do cold. Your bones will rebel against you. So move to Mexico. Or like, I don't know. Move to... So, Rory, I know a dude who, or I know somebody who I don't know particularly well. Just somebody I know through Twitch. Twitch and YouTube. Who I've watched on and off for years and I've been aware of for a very long time. He's an MMO streamer. Recently, he's been playing a lot of Guild Wars. He did Final Fantasy for a bit. He kind of bounces between Final Fantasy, World of Warcraft, and Guild Wars. He kind of just like rotates. Sometimes he'll just do like a binge of like something like Destiny for a bit. But he usually has like 20 to 40 viewers, right? And with 20 to 40 viewers and about 150 subs and a small YouTube channel, he makes enough money that he can pay for a house, a 3-bedroom house with a yard, and has a wife and 2 kids. He lives just outside of Cape Town, South Africa. Like kind of in like a bit of a, he says he's about 30 minutes drive outside of like the busy area of Cape Town. Because of like how fucked the economy is over there. It's like, when I look at that, I'm like, huh, we should move to Cape Town. Which I really don't want to live there, but also like, he has more subs and viewers. Not to be like a dipshit or anything, but I have 427 and I have 36 viewers right now, which is offensively low. Jesus, fuck, we're doing terrible today. Crime rate of that place though. Yeah, which is why I'm not moving there. Probably answered it, but yeah, I already answered it. Beat you to it, Clino. Also, hi, Clino. Clino, do you want to do me a favor and like sticky me in the Dwarf Fortress subreddit or something? Because like views these days on Longdeath are getting rough, man. But yeah, no, not gonna move to Cape Town anytime soon. But you were explaining about, yeah, no, I mean it's the same situation. Twitch subs are are often higher than the number of live viewers. Did I miss something, or did I pause the game? I think I paused the game. I paused the game. I know you do, Kleno. Since about November, average concurrence on Longdeath have just been slowly trickling down. I need to go on the promotion circuit for this port again. Unless you're confusing subs and followers, which are different things on Twitch. It's like, I have almost 15,000 followers on Twitch. 14,375, so 14,000 followers. I don't look at it too often. Yeah, I have 14,375 followers on Twitch. Man, if 1% of those tuned in, wonderful. I think Stupid just named your planet. Diamond. I've been on Twitch for about 10 years. I've been on Twitch for once November 2022 rolls around, it will have been 10 years since my first streams. Or we'll be starting year 10 at that point. So we're in year 9 right now. We are in year 9 right now. Year 8 of active streaming. But I'm currently in my 9th year. So I've been around. I mean, just naming your planet Stupid would be pretty great. Congratulations, Stupid. You just named Diamond Destruct's planet and Spore. Someone left rotten food in their bedroom. Who done this? Rotten unicorn lung. Why would you leave a unicorn lung in your bedroom? Just gross, guys. But yeah, I was just using my sub count as an example because most streamers have more subs than active viewers. It's very rare that, unless like you're just starting out, it's very rare that channels will have more or less subs than viewers. I'm sorry, what? So, I just got really concerned for a second there. And then I realized that this dwarf is insane and screaming, but I'm still getting his chat logs. I slept in a bedroom. This could be bliss. Huh. I really wish it was possible to unberserk a dwarf. But I don't know of a way to do that. That's wild. Also, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets, chat. Saw kind of a comment that I think is kind of amusing on the user voice thing. Which I don't want to end the tantrum. I'm keeping them as a backup. If all other populations fail in this fort, then I can make a couple vampires and lock them in their own section of the fortress. So I'm keeping him as insurance. Although, actually, I have a question. Since Clino is here, Clino, when do you think the Steam version is going to release? Because I'm pretty fucking, or the premium version. I'm pretty fucking convinced it's gonna release this year. Like, I'm almost at a point now where it's like, I'll eat a shoe if if it doesn't come out this year. And I really hope I don't need to eat a shoe, because that would be, like, kind of gross. But, like, I'm just at that point now. It's gotta come out this year, right? It'd be ridiculous for it to not. Absolutely ridiculous. Why did I read that as the Ducks edition? Someone corrounded my pronunciation of Mexica in my Dawn of Mexica VOD on YouTube. And I'm like, I just responded with, I'm the worst at anything Spanish. And now somebody's correcting the person's correction, saying that their correction is incorrect. It's like, oh my boy. I'm like, I'm getting mixed results here, guys. Also, Dawn of Mexico. Really neat game. I could eat a chocolate shoe. I'm a type 1 diabetic, so that might actually be dangerous, but I could just eat a really little shoe. A very small chocolate shoe. Yeah, when do you think the premium version is coming out? Because people ask me that all the time, and I don't fucking know. I can just, like, make relatively educated guesses. I'm just curious as to what your relatively educated guess is. All I know is that 12,000 people have watched my 2021 recap about all of the news from Dwarf Fortress. And it's not slowing down. So, you know. We're still bringing up boulders. How many crafts are we doing? Oh, hey, they finished all the crafts, actually. Don't need any cabinets, so I guess we're just refilling the stockpiles now. I heard that game had a really rough launch, Crow. It just had some weird balancing annoyances for a lot of people when it first launched. I gather they've made it better. That or you weren't one of the people that were annoyed by the annoyances. Late spring, summer, what year though? '22 or 23? Or 27? Like what year? Because I am suspect that they are going to release it without adventure mode. That's my suspicion current. But because Fortress mode seems kind of mostly done, UI wise. Thanks, Cooler, for that. Should I make that into a YouTube short? Maybe I should. You posted a picture of one that I could eat on Discord. Oh, you put it in food porn? Is that a cake? What is that? I should have mentioned that the next time I chat with Tarn. Well, that'll be sometime in like February, March, somewhere around there. Well, I mean, the question that I need to ask Tarn in February or March is, so with all of the recent successes of NFTs in the market of blockchains, when can we expect to see dwarves on the blockchain? I'm going to unironically ask him that, regardless of whether or not other people want me to ask him that, just because I want to hear what his response would be. I need to know what Tarn Adams' take on that is. Because one of the funniest questions that was ever asked to Tarn was by Userune, bless his soul, and his question was, if you had to rewrite Dwarf Fortress in another programming language, which one would it be and why would it be Python? Which just perplexed Tarn. Like, Tarn at a loss of words to me is one of the funniest things ever. And he was just like, well, I'd have to learn Python. Which is just one of the funniest, like, awkward silence questions I've had. I need more of those. Oh, it's sushi. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I could make a shoe-shaped thing out of something. Please don't break the dev. Come on, you want to know what Tarn Adams' take on the blockchain is in relation to Dwarf Fortress, right? Right? Clino, tell me you don't want to know that. You could sell, like... No, I'm gonna stop suggesting terrible things. I've already suggested minting worlds as NFTs. I'm not gonna do another crime against humanity. Please don't release the premium version this year. I'll have to eat a shoe. I can't believe each individual dwarf will be a tradable NFT. I love that I have choirs that have degraded so much that they're starting to be thrown out. That's incredible. What kind of seeds are those? Oh, they're apricot pits. But Clino Dev thinks it'll be released this year. But you don't have any insider info on this. Yeah, I think that you are slightly more optimistic on release dates than me then. I know, because my feeling is like August, September, October sometime this year may or may not include a functioning adventure mode. / Legends mode. I can never, like, tell if your name is Chan Game what the fuck, or change name what the fuck, or change me what the fuck. Can never, like, figure out what, my brain just, like, falls apart and stops working when I try reading your name. You could see blockchain being a part of the dwarf reproductive process. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much. Although if we were to release the dwarves on the... change Mew the fuck. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. That's intentional. It's supposed to look like I typed the password in wrong. Wait, what? The wrong field. Oh. So do you have a preferred, like, name to go by? Like, just change or something? Or do you just, like, not care? Password 123. No, they should be Hunter 2. Come on. The reproduction system is saved in a linked list. Change me is an acceptable shortening, but Max is fine too, since that's actually your name. I mean, you know, there's this nifty feature on Twitch that nobody uses. Check this out. Add nickname. Max. Enter. Boop. Now next time you type, it'll have Max in brackets next to your name. This nifty feature that nobody knows about. Twitch hates him. Yeah. So now instead of your name saying change me what the fuck, it just says Max. So actually the better way to do this is like this. So, nickname. Change me what the fuck. In brackets, Max. Okay. So, like, there, your name showed up just as Max, but now I know what both your usernames are. You ever wonder how Twitch remember, or how so many streamers remember your name? We cheat! To a degree. Although I mostly started using that because I've got one viewer who has a tendency of changing her name. And her name's Laura. But she changes her name frequently enough to, like, nonsensical garbage that I never know who she is. So I've started using that. Much easier. You're just 8 crows in a trench coat? Your full name is 8 crows in a trench coat. I didn't realize that. It's just like FG is 4 otters in a trench coat. And I'm just me in a trench coat because I own a trench coat for downpours. Just like Cooler's 247 lizards in a trench coat. It's right there in the name, Crow. I mean, I always just thought it was Crow 8. Twitch has a lot of weird-ass features that, like, nobody uses that are, like, from old Twitch days that are just, like, grandfathered in. It's part of why I like Twitch, is because it's still, as much as they've modernized this website, it still feels like it's held together with zap straps and duct tape in a way that I find endearing. Twitch is quite bizarre. Well, I mean, there's still lines of code in Twitch that are from Justin TV, which is not exactly a modern website. Need 2 more cabinets for the mayor. How are them babes doing? Oops, that's not. 5 months old. Was annoyed at the rain. Well, off to a good start. Aqua is also annoyed at the rain, but felt adoration after watching performance. And this just in. TV. Yeah, it's Crew TV. We're just in. How's Rory doing? Still not depressed again. Yay! Wait, what did you just say? Rory, are you okay? Just look at the line of text at the top. The rest of it doesn't really matter. Rory, are you okay? Like, I understand that, like, with your workload, like, and all, but, based on what you said earlier in the chat about how, you've been approving payments all day or something, or budgets, I think, all day, and you've done 46 and you've got 40 something left. Are you currently contemplating the concept of death? Dwarf Fortress, it's a pretty good video game. But chat, I think that because the view counts on this fort have been a little rough recently. So Volleyball is not okay. Crouchy when caught in the rain. You want to practice a martial art? Well, but I put you in the bear fighters. Let's let you go practice wrestling. Actually, you know what? Let's just remove that one temporarily. Move it over. This'll work. Just kind of want them a little further over to the right. There's no reason to keeping them up there anymore. Isn't the same as considering it as a choice? Yeah. Yeah, this is true. The concept of death is fascinating. You used to take naps and then 2 of your coworkers quit and I had to do all of their work. What, like during work? So, I don't know if anybody else is watching the user voice posts, but people are starting to copy pasta it. I don't know who's doing this. 80-20, 80-20, 80-20, 80-20, 80-20. I don't agree that it's kind of an insult to streamers who barely make the threshold after 6 months. I don't think it's kind of an insult. Gotta work harder. But, I'm worried. That shit scares me. I'm just worried about what the response will be if Twitch is like, nah. Which is what they're gonna do. And I'm also kind of worried about what the result would be on Twitch if they did. It is insane. 80-20 would kill the platform. To be clear, 80-20 is a split that some people have. But it's a very small percentage of people at the top, like 0.0001% of Twitch. I mean, I think what they should do is 60-40 for affiliates on all tiers, and 70-30 for tier 1, 70-30 for tier 2. And or actually probably just yeah, 70-30 for all tiers on for partners. That's what they should do. And then give people the opportunity to negotiate it if you're famous. But what do streamers think of ad blocks? Please ad block ads because ads are stupid. That's my take. Occasionally you'll see ads on streams and it's called sponsored content. That is the only format of ads that Twitch should use, in my opinion. But my take is, like, do what you want to do, right? I personally feel that there is instances where ads work and there is instances where ads don't work. Ads make the experience of Twitch worse. I occasionally will do sponsored content, but that's just normal stream, except the people that are made the game are paying me or the publisher is paying me. That I'm totally fine with. But excessive ads, I either cease watching the stream or I either cease watching the stream or I subscribe to remove ads. And if the streamer is showing ads to their subs, then I just stop watching. You know, honestly, what I could see happening is they give partners 60-40 on tier 1, like all partners 60-40 on tier 1, and then affiliates the split that partners have right now. But, Rory, I don't think they're going to do anything. Legitimately, I think nothing's going to happen. Unless there's an exodus. And even if there's an exodus, I don't think they're going to do anything. Because it would break Twitch too much. I get a subtract 10 and people should ask for 80. The problem is if people are asking for 80-20, right? And then Twitch gives them 60-40, they'll be pissed. That's the problem. But, I mean, subtract 10 and add 10, vice versa. That's the split I get on tier 3s, which is, all things considered, not bad. But, like, if you want to support me at tier 3, do it on Patreon. And then I get, like, $24 of the 25. Well, YouTube pays 70-30 for everything, for everybody. But the difference between Twitch and YouTube, which I think people are forgetting, and this is why I think a lot of people are idiots, or not really, maybe not idiots, but like not thinking this all the way through, is YouTube, you have to work your ass off to make any money. YouTube, you need to have 1,000 subs and you need to get a 4,000 viewer minutes, 4,000 hours of view time in a year, which is not easy to do. It is not easy to do at all. Like that is hard to achieve, to get that ball rolling. And people are comparing it to that. And also, nobody subs on YouTube unless you stream all the time on YouTube. And even then, people don't sub on YouTube as much as they sub on Twitch. It is considerably harder to make good streaming revenue on YouTube than it is on Twitch. Jimmy's gone nuts, but he'll snap out of it. But no, the thing that made this come up is this. Pay leaked out last year, and this post was posted in December 2020, and recently somebody tweeted it out again, and the tweet went viral. So the tweet's got like, I think 5,000 retweets now in total. And user voice is Twitch's feedback form. That post has been there for forever, but it just blew up, and it started blowing up on the 3rd, and it's still getting bigger. Yeah, absolutely. It's a bigger split of much less money. Also, YouTube is Google. Twitch is Amazon. Google and Amazon have very different mythoses in the way they make money. AKA, one makes money, the other doesn't. But everything else was fine. Twitch is twitchy sometimes. Okay, where did the depressed one go? Not in here right now. Where are you? Holy well, there you are. Need to keep track of you. Why are you... Oh, you're trying to speak with the mayor. I understand. Babysit you now. Excuse me. There's also the part where on YouTube you can just set the amount of money people can pay for a subscription. The only tier I have on my YouTube channel is $2, and I have 1 subscriber on YouTube who pays me, and it's Cutest Ghost, who's also subs on Twitch. So it's like, eh. I added it there as an option instead of Patreon if people wanted to use that, but doesn't seem like people want to. Because it doesn't even give ad-free viewing, and you can't turn that on, which is stupid. What the fuck's the point? Found out your mayor's a vampire. That's actually very common, because vampires are usually very old and have very high speech stats. And speech and communication and lying is what gets you elected in Dwarf Fortress, just like real life. You didn't get to listen to commentary you were invested in. What was the last part that you heard? I can re-ramble it if you like, Rory. The budding medium of creative streaming hostage? I don't agree with that. Change me? Like, kind of in the slightest. So... I think that Twitch has created the best platform for streaming. And it has plenty of problems, but it is the best platform for streaming. Every other streaming platform has enough issues that there's no reason to stream on them. So I don't think that they're holding it hostage. I think YouTube is holding video uploading hostage. I think the fact that YouTube and Facebook are both competing with Twitch proves that Twitch isn't holding the medium hostage. Your memory barely lasts 5 minutes. Yeah, you got that Google memory. All right, well, at least you seem to be enjoying this. Training that squad can help. based TLDR, I don't think that we would have the same issues on Twitch as we do right now if it was harder to become affiliated. The problem that Twitch has right now is how easy it is to become affiliated. And it was funny because when they launched the affiliate program, it was like perfect for me. And it suddenly became a viable source of income for me when they launched the affiliate program. But I remember people criticizing it back when they launched the affiliate program that this was going to happen. That people... That it's too easy to become affiliated, and it would spread the money out more. Which is what's happened. Streaming and making content for a living is very difficult to do. And I think people need to get over the difficulty hump before they should be permitted to make money on the platform. I think just like stepping onto the platform, getting 3 concurrent viewers, and turning on the thing to make money, and then... Because, like, the majority of the people complaining in that forum right now are people who are in that boat, right? Like, they just got affiliated. And they've been streaming for 6 months and they haven't made any money yet. That's a lot of the people complaining. A lot of the people are complaining in there are, like, maybe justifiably so, but the problem is Twitch has built all these tools for you to make money. And people are only just realizing now that it's bullshit. But it's been bullshit since the beginning. Unless you're already making enough to make a decent chunk of change, in which case you pay your rent with it, like I do. It's tricky. My biggest piece of advice to anybody who wants to start streaming has always been, don't sign the affiliate contract. Just don't do it. They're not holding you hostage or anything. Just don't do it. Because you won't make any money. I tried to explain this to my cousin and he didn't believe me when he started streaming, and I think I'm his only subscriber. Speaking of, I need to pester him to start streaming again, or I need to threaten to unsub because he's been gone for a bit now. Something is causing lag. What is it? What is it? What is it? Might be these great horned owls. What the? Oh, I understand. Okay. I was just very perplexed for a second. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Something wrecked my frame rate, and now I need to figure out what it was. Although I actually have a suspicion. Nope. Go to suspicion 2. Nope. I don't know. Yeah, I was also trying to figure out how an owl got into the maze. Oh, maybe that's what it was. Nil tongues Dumat says, let's discuss your situation. Same as ever. Send us cheese. Thank you kindly. Took you a whole season, 2 seasons, to find my mayor. My mayor is a busy dwarf. Imagine being on like a 6-month waiting list to talk with like the local diplomat. That or like the outpost liaison's just been drinking the whole time. One of the two. Nil says, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Imagine having the job where you just get to come here and hang out for 6 months and drink. Yeah, it seems to be racketing back up. That or there's something stuck somewhere. We bring a cat into the fortress or something. Dwarves with no job. Cool. That should fix volleyball. An owl in my maze? Well, I mean, they technically could fly down in there. There's nothing stopping things from going in there right now. Or at least the Cyclops. I could do that. I just need to pull a lever. Although my military could kill them without too much. Currently the fortress has 52. We had 2 babies today, so. Goblin rat. Something is hurting the frame rate. My current suspect is the owls. Because owls and flying animals have a tendency to hurt your frame a little bit. I'm not stealing items though, so. I don't know. That or it's just everybody's trying to path through the same thing, which could also do it. Also, man, tomorrow morning I get to meet and speak with the developer of Songs of Six. That's gonna be interesting. Only just had that realization, like it. That's happening tomorrow. So if there's anything anybody wants me to ask the developer of Songs of Six, shoot me a DM about it in the next like 10 hours before I go to bed. Hopefully that video will be up in the next 2.5 weeks. But audio will probably be up by the end of tomorrow. You have a question? What is it? Lizard wizard? Lizard people win? I mean, Solash has a lizard man species that you can play as. And as a result, you could be a lizard warlock. This part of the fortress? This is my favorite thing I've ever built in DF. Just this. It's just this roofing. And this center temple with the lava tube underneath it. I love it when people have the realization that this is like above ground. Like every now and again I'll have people watching who have watched Dwarf Fortress for a really long time or played Dwarf Fortress for a really long time, and they'll have this realization with this fortress that, oh, this is above ground. Oh. Oh my god. Well, thank you. That it looks beautiful. I'm glad you appreciate the visuals. You try not to think about what? Quite know. The fact that it's above ground? Why, am I some sort of heretic? Oh, absolutely. Can I do a tour? Sure. I mean, this dwarf is about to take us on a slow motion tour of the upper levels. This is the obsidian farm that I'm working on. Unfinished currently. Dwarf climbs up. Top of the obsidian farm. Power level. Maze. Okay, now it's going too fast. This is where we generate power when I have water running. This is my maze that I built because I got a Minotaur. So I was like, well, I have to make the Minotaur a maze. So now I have a maze with a bunch of Ettins, a Minotaur, and a couple Cyclopses and a couple Giants in it. And a Forgotten Beast. I have this, which is my memorial hall, filled with memorials and statues and stuff. This is just like generic storage for overflow. This is my crafting slash statue hall slash bedroom floor slash everything gets done on this floor. This is the floor above that with the kitchens. This is where we do some farming and food disposal or refuse disposal. There's a tower over in the top left that never really got made in anything. This is the artificial aqueduct layer, as well as ground level. Then the outer walls with windmills. The upper walls with the other windmills for the mill. And then the top section used to be a throne room, but the king died of old age and is no longer in my fort. So maybe that'll be a throne room once again. The center area is the tavern. The center of the tavern, 2 levels up, is the temple. Left side with the green is the library. The right side is one of my guild halls. And then the tube in the center full of red is full of lava that goes all the way down to my reservoir, which is all the way down here, which took me like 150 years to build. So yeah, that's Longdeath. Of the constant border shape on every floor? Sort of. Not every floor, but sort of. I literally just built this fort by digging a huge hole. And then just built in the huge hole. So, yeah, that's my tour. Exposed to the rain and sun for 1,000 years. Yeah! I mean, it's kind of caused some PTSD and killed a few people. But it's fine! You want to know the real fun thing? How old is this fort? This fort is 354 years old. Because we started on year 5 and we're in the year 359. Check out this dwarf. She's fun. After many sessions or something? No. I mean, not directly. No, Longdeath is a series of forts that I do. Or of a fort. It's the name of this fort. We named it Longdeath 2 years ago. No, it's just been a really slow couple of months for the channel, and it's been trickling down, but like interest wanes and comes and goes, and worst case scenario, it just means I have to do a different series alongside of this one of a different fortress, and that'll pep up people's interest again. Unfortunately, people aren't as interested in watching Dwarf Fortress, it seems, when there isn't people getting stabbed to death constantly. I personally find the internal struggles and in like soap opera level relationships that the dwarves have to be just as entertaining as the combat. Some people disagree with that that feeling though. Okay, something is stuck somewhere. I need to figure out what the fuck it is. Where's Niltung's Dumat? Up here? Is there somebody stuck somewhere? Is there? That is the question. Speaking of, yay, volleyball no longer stressed. Cool. So training in the military helped. It's not as cool as it seems. I mean, you just go back and watch skip through the first 10 episodes of the VODs. This was just a creek. I waited for it to freeze, dug around it, and then built walls around it. That's all I did. So I just, every time it froze, built some walls. Every time it froze, built some more walls. Every time it froze, built more walls. And then dug underneath it. There's a streamer named Picture Point who comes by this channel from time to time. Runs a show called Drinkin' Industry on Twitch about Dwarf Fortress, which is very entertaining. And he plays Dwarf Fortress a lot and also fighting games. So you're not alone. Although, I don't think that people enjoy playing fighting games. Fighting games is a sickness that you get infected with. And it's like a battle against yourself of who hates you more, the game or you. That's my experience with fighting games. Pardon me if I'm off base with that, but... Actually, you know what? I think this bottleneck might be the issue. Let's just demolish these for right now. Having the walls here. I think that's the issue. I think it's that doorway. There's too much traffic. Drink and industry, not drinking industry. But, I think is the channel that shit happens on. Yeah, but also the person I'm talking about. Let's see if this helps the frames. Because everybody's currently hauling boulders, basically. If this is the issue. I think it might be. I was near my own weapon rack. Somewhat admirable. I was near my own weapon rack, says the mayor. I find this somewhat admirable. Hold on a second. What did you just say, Dwarf? Can I just say that I like this dwarf? Doran Rigareth. The merchant says, children, I do not see the bliss in this. Yes. That is all. Yes. Do not see the bliss in this. Can agree. I wish my neighbors would, like, find a mute button for their baby. Keeps crying at 3 o'clock in the morning while they have their windows open in the summer, while I have my window open, and then I can't sleep because there's a baby crying, like, 2 meters from my bedroom window. Yeah, shitbags. Silly fleshy noise boxes. Okay, this one's cute. Sorry, I apologize for continuously just like talking about this like user voice thing on Twitch. But this one person just commented with, Twitch needs to treat affiliates like employees. Ha! Good luck with that. Oh, Jesus. What kind of fucking planet do you think we live on? And it's not that one. Oh, that's cute. The internal conversation thing that you turned on is recently is pure gold. Oh, it's great. I'm very happy with it. Yeah, I just like the fact that the other dwarves can hear the vampires screaming. How old is Longdeath? 354 years old. Longdeath currently Venom Delta. 354. But turns out that's not helping much. It helped a little bit. Might have been part of it. So there's something stuck somewhere that's hurting the frames. Don't know what it is. Maybe it's the naked bulldogs. Doubtful, but possible. Where they're trying to path to? Like, through the wall? Well, I mean, we as the player can hear him at the very least. He doesn't speak often, but every now and again I'll see the things that the vampire is saying. But it's interesting because I can't look at his thoughts. And the reason I can't look at his thoughts is because he's not part of the fort. Because he's berserk. But I can read it in here. You wouldn't want that because it would last less than 10 seconds most of the time. It would be flickery and annoying. So I hope it doesn't. That's my take. Adventure mode would. Fortress mode, no. Adventure mode already does, actually. Because like it has like the vision cones. The vision cones get smaller at night, and the graphics turn blue at night. So adventure mode, yes, because like a day in adventure mode is like a much longer period of time, real time, than it is in Fortress mode. In Fortress mode, like in a day, time's moving kind of slowly right now because it's laggy. Still in the 11th, still in the 11th, 12th. So that would be a whole rotating day-night cycle. So if it was like even just like light and dark, that would be really annoying. It'd be like blinking practically. So I hope they don't. So no, they shouldn't. But adventure mode will. Armlock Vision has a day-night cycle in the fort and it's annoying. No offense to Rose. I don't like the way Armlock Vision looks at all. I like the way Stone Sense looks. Hate the way Armlock Vision. Like I genuinely find Armlock Vision to be like hard to look at. And like in the worst way possible. Outside of the vision cones in adventure mode, yes. Correct. You put a room inside of magma-proof material like glass and contact with magma on the outside and fill it with water. Does the water get hot? My results are inconclusive. Sorry, I saw something while I was flying real fast by. For example, like, this is lava. This is frozen water. And it's still frozen. So I don't think so. But there is temperature simulations. It's just, I don't know if it goes through materials. I don't think it does. I think it's one of those things where it's like, the wiki is inconclusive as to whether or not it did at some point. So I don't actually know. Don't actually have an answer. Yeah. Oh, actually, maybe that's what's causing the lag. Trying to pump ice. Pull the lever, Dwarf. Yeah, I'm kind of leaning to what Cooler said because I've definitely like had lava flows melting water before without touching it. But I think Cooler might be correct with that statement of it doesn't go through constructed wall. Because I've definitely like had things melt before. Because there's lava near it. But it certainly doesn't go through that. But I would assume that that would also extend to smooth walls too. Okay, well that was not the source of the lag. Curious. It's on the list of things to come. There's a lot of things on the list of things to come. It's been real fun re-listening to a lot of old DF talks and being like, oh yeah, so Tarn was talking about features that have either yet to be implemented or only just got implemented like in the last 2 years in like 2009. What's in my artifact list? Yes. I've stopped looking at it frequently because it's so long. A lot of them are books, though, that we wrote. I mean, in this fortress, we have a library with 338 books, including copies. Every single one of those were written in this fortress. So, it's a big, old fort because of that. But current one in adventure mode is very much placeholder. As I say to people on a relatively frequent basis, Cooler, everything in Dwarf Fortress is currently placeholder. The entire game is currently placeholder, more or less. Not quite, but most of the game is placeholder. Like large portions of Dwarf Fortress are like, placeful. Like most of Dwarf Fortress, if there's a system in Dwarf Fortress, you can point at it and be like, that's Tarn Adams' equivalent of neat feature, might add on to this later. You know what I mean? Like, everything in DF is, like, subject to change and be expanded. Also, it is 2:40 p.m. I'm just going to real quick grab myself some lunch. I'm going to be AFK for about 3 to 5, or about 5 to 10 minutes. I should stop saying 3 to 5. About 5 to 10 minutes. I need to quickly, insert ad. No. But, I'm gonna just be AFK for a minute. Although if you do want an ad here, I'll give you a fucking ad. Give me money on Patreon. Fuck ads. That's it. But no, seriously though. I will be AFK for a couple minutes. So if you've been watching for a while, maybe get up and stretch. I'm just gonna go stab myself with needles so that I can eat some food. And then we'll be going for another hour 15 or so, and then I have to go get my booster shot. So maybe hour and a half. We'll be going for another hour and a half, and then I have to go get boosted. So. BRB, a couple mins. Don't go anywhere too fast unless you really want to. If I could get a round of beers, that'd be cool. And if you do give me money on Patreon and happen to have access to the sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat a little bit. BRB?
Cheese for everyone!
That was pretty good time. Just gonna punch some things in now on my phone, real quick. Also, side note, it is snowing, raining, and hailing at the same time. And I have a 40-minute walk where I'm getting my booster shot. Hopefully, if I have side effects, it's less intense than last one. Because shot 2 last time made me spontaneously fall into flu symptoms. So,
Hope you're having a great one. Really enjoy watching the duck game video from a few days ago.
oh yeah.
Keep up the great work.
Yeah, that was Christmas Eve that we recorded that. That was that Christmas Eve? I think it was Christmas Eve. Pretty sure that was Christmas Eve. I'm like 90% certain that was Christmas Eve. But cheers, Spockomania. And thanks for keeping that sub alive. And thanks for watching the stuff that I put up on YouTube, especially the weird stuff. Sometimes the weird stuff that, like, when I put up something really random on YouTube, sometimes it sticks and people love it. Sometimes I put something really random on YouTube and people just hate it. And it's like there's no in between. Duck Game, people loved it. Stalker VODs, people want to set me on fire. Stop uploading Stalker. Okay, fine, I'll stop uploading Stalker. It's like people hated Creeper World when I uploaded VODs of that. It's like the most dislikes I've ever gotten on a thing. But, thank you. That was a fun gameplay sesh. Rory in the chat was in that. Jack, can I get a couple more beers for that resub? Also, nice hat, Clino. I saw that hat appear. Don't think I didn't. Can't be stealthy here. It was, yeah. But no one knows how many dislikes you got? The Stalker VODs was from the time before times when people could see how many dislikes I got. Now only I can see them, which I prefer. But that's the point. Actually, on the topic of dislikes, I was kind of surprised by how many dislikes the year in review of Dwarf Fortress video I put up got. By that I mean it has a 98% dislike ratio. Like to dislike ratio. It's got 98% likes and like 2% dislikes, which is like kind of bad for me. Most of my videos are like majority, like blinding majority, if not 100%, on like 99%, but that one is for a little bit there was sitting at like 96, which was a little weird. It got a whole bunch of dislikes kind of all at once very early on, which was weird. To the point where like it feels like coordinated, which is fine, but it was kind of funny. But now they don't. Yeah, it's nice. But another opinion that I have the unpopular opinion on, which I'm starting to get used to. Also, I think it's springtime now. Yep. Did you look at that? VimML. What year was VimML born? We got an old age death. I'm gonna give you a statue. VimML 2. Born in 204. 204. This dwarf was born in the year 204. We're now in 360. Chat, can I get a round of Fs for this dwarf that just died of old age? Not every day that you get to witness a dwarf that dies of old age. We just got to see that. In the fonda. Being the corpse in the tomb. I had a quiet death. Near the kitchens. Good spot for a dwarf to be, honestly. Someone coordinating attacks on me? No. Unlikely. That hasn't happened in a long time. It's just, kind of felt like that to a point where it's like, huh, that's weird. I'll give you an engraving, Vim. I just like, I feel like whenever a dwarf dies, it's like the song by the Great Big Sea, The Night That Patty Murphy Died. I actually don't, I think the song's just called Pat Murphy, but the chorus just goes, the night that Patty Murphy died is a night that we'll ever forget. Some of the boys got loaded drunk and they ain't got sober yet. Every time that bottle was passed around, everybody's feeling gay, and Betsy came with the bagpipes with the music for a play, and that's how we show our respects to Patty Murphy. That's how we show our rudder and our pride. They said it was a spit of shame, and they winked at one another, and every drink in the place was full the night that Pat Murphy died. I imagine that's basically the way it works for Eurist. Engraving on the wall is designated to Vim ML, the dwarf, and the Gang of Soaking, a llama wood toga by Misdom. Vim ML is raising the Gang of Soaking. The artwork relates to the creation of the Gang of Soaking in Longdeath by the dwarf Vim ML. Ulwark. In the late spring of 257. Almost over 100 years ago. 257. 102 years ago. The dwarf made an artifact. So now, for those of you wondering, we're back down to 51. Ooh, the night that Patty Murphy died is a night I'll never forget. And they ain't got sober yet. Oopsies. Wrong button. There we go. Shot. Done. Ooh, boiled egg. So now they're gonna unload his bedroom, which I'm assuming is this one. Currently nobody owns. So all of this stuff gets moved out of the bedroom, which is all of his old clothes. But yeah, no, I just kind of imagine that dwarves celebrate the dead by just getting really drunk. Man, I love it when they do this. When clothes actually get cruddy enough that they throw them into refuse piles. That's how you know that that's crappy clothing. Is when they're literally throwing out clothing. Doesn't happen very often. Has to be a double capital X. About to fall apart. In tatters, I think. Yeah, object is in tatters. Also, I like Ko. It's nice seeing Ko emotes in my chat sometimes. This person highlights every single issue I have with the current attitude towards Twitch, but from the opposite direction. This has got to happen. Small streamers just don't stand a chance with the current system and fizzle out. Putting 100% into their streams for minimal returns with long-term time periods between payouts. You shouldn't be putting 100% into your stream. You shouldn't be. People. It's... Now I'm just being gatekeepy. You shouldn't be putting 100% of your life into a Twitch stream. You just shouldn't be. That is a terrible decision. Always been a terrible decision. Always will be. I understand dreaming and having goals. I was there once. But I didn't get to where I am now because I put 100% of my free time into my stream. I'm here because I had a job and I streamed a couple of hours a day for years. And that's the way it's always been and the way it should be. It's tough to get anywhere in this industry, and I get that, but man. Somebody I trust in chat. Rory, do I have unpopular opinions on the current streaming situation? Or can you, like, sympathize? Because, man. Alright, yeah, no access to building material. Duh. It's like saying that you're going to make a career as a musician. It's literally like that kid at school who says, I want to be a rock star when I grow up. And yeah, you can put 100% of your time into writing music and learning to play music and buying instruments. You could do that. 100%, you could do that. You're not going to get anywhere. Streaming is exactly the same. It's a popularity-based industry. It doesn't matter if they change the splits. Changing the splits isn't going to make it easier to make it. It's not. And whenever I read a response on that user voice, I just lose a little bit of faith. It's because there's so many people who think that, like, yeah, making more money will help. That's not what's going to make you successful doing this. If you've been streaming for years and you have 3 subscribers, you're the problem, not the platform. Because you can network and you can grow. I've seen people do it. The problem is doing it. It's hard. It's a lot of fucking work. I think people are missing that. But the payout shouldn't be the topic for them being easier to find as a problem. Yes, absolutely. I wish that there was this kind of uproar about hosts. I wish that there was this kind of uproar about, like, discoverability. Like, Twitch is getting better in the discoverability front. You know, like, they're, like, Onyx, who was here earlier, came in from a recommendation, Twitch recommendations. Which is literally proof. By the way, I'm making a ramp up on top of a roof so that dwarves can get these arrows that are apparently up here. That have been up here for like 100 years, by the way. And someone on YouTube pointed it out and I ignored them, so I'm fixing it. Okay, shut up. But like that should be their main focus and concern. Getting an extra $6 a month isn't gonna suddenly make you famous. It's not gonna suddenly make you successful. It's hard to get recognized and grow on Twitch, but the payout shouldn't be the topic. And I couldn't agree more. The elves have arrived to trade. You understand where they come from in a very small way, but you'd have to change their wording a lot. Yeah, and I mean, I understand where they're coming from. Like, to be clear, I'm not saying that, like, they shouldn't get paid. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that people are going about this the wrong way. You know? Like somebody, as an example, who's someone that a lot of you in chat might know, is RNG. He's not streaming to make a living. He makes some money here and there. I like RNG strategist. He streams Dwarf Fortress on Saturdays. Most Saturdays. He's not in this to make money. He's in school full time. He streams as a hobby. And he puts on a great show. He's super entertaining. If he streamed 5 days a week, 9 hours a day, he'd grow. And he'd eventually make a living at it after a couple of years, probably. Maybe not even that long. Maybe even faster because he's already got a pretty decent following. But if he suddenly got paid, I don't know, 40, 30% more, the amount of money he's going to be making is not going to be that much of a difference that he could suddenly quit everything he's doing and do that full time. Like, that's not how that works. It's all about, like, I think people forget that from, like, my first stream ever was in 2012. I started taking streaming seriously in 2013 and started streaming every day. And initially it was like an hour or two a day for the first like year plus in 2014. It wasn't an even remotely feasible sense of income to be able to pay for groceries, let alone live off of, until about 2016. And I quit my job in 2018. So 2014 to 2018, that's 4 years. And I wouldn't even say that this became a sustainable amount of income until late 2019. So I wasn't self-sustaining until 2019. So the dream started in like 2009. Started messing around with it in 2012. Wasn't sustainable until 2019. It hurts my brain that people don't realize that that's how much effort it takes. That's how long it takes. And that was when Twitch, and I started when Twitch was a lot smaller. If people go about it as a hobby and don't try to make money doing it, you'll enjoy it more. You'll have more fun. You'll show better because you're having more fun and you're not worrying about money. Yeah, absolutely. It's like even 50, right? Like $100, that's not nothing, right? Like $100, that's money. Like you get a $100 paycheck, you could take your wife out for dinner, or your girlfriend out for dinner, or your friend out for dinner. You could go get drunk at the bar and buy the guy next to you a shot. Like with $100, you can do something. If they load it to $25 a month, like, okay, so some people who are still living at home that are unemployed that stream more than they should be get some money. Or get yourself a present. Yeah. Like, I mean, my first paycheck ever was $116, Clander. And you know what I did? I bought a keyboard. My first official job paycheck ever was $116, and I bought a Razer Black Widow. Yeah. The pre-RGB model. But because RGB wasn't really a thing then. You know, I've never seen that piece of text before. But a dwarf just said, basically they stated that they got better at appraising items because of this. I have increased my appraising skill. That was satisfying. I've never seen that line of dialogue before in Dwarf Word. It's neat just to know that it's happening in the background. Awesome, and the elves brought us more things. All right, so the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to keep one. Trade the one for all of this stuff, and then give them the rest as gifts. I'm trying to increase the value that the elves bring every time. So that we can push that value up and make them bring us nicer animals, maybe. Yeah, you could buy like, well, I mean, let's just say approximately $15 a pizza. You could buy like half a dozen pizzas. Or if you're going to like super fancy pizza, like the place that is close-ish to me called Super Fancy Pizza, it's $10 a pizza. You could get, that's after taxes, so you could get like 10 pizzas for $100, dude. 10 pizzas. Although, like the post that made me hurt the most on that thread, Rory, is the one that was literally just a person stating, I'm on disability. The difference between getting an extra $30 a month and not getting $30 a month from Twitch is the difference between me being able to put food on my table or having to eat plain rice again. If that person is in the Western world, that says so much about disability and not anything about Twitch. Also, Aqua, the third, the dwarven child, has been possessed. Where is he? Oh, there he is. Aqua, you're possessed. If you're here. Anyway, hi, Clander. How you doing? But I don't know. People stating that, like, if only I made more money on Twitch and I could just stream more and I'd make it. That's like saying, if only I learned to play guitar when I was 10, I'd be a rock star now. Kind of not how it works. Making it in a popularity-based industry requires a lot of stupid luck. Not everybody gets that luck. I mean, I ate pizza last night because I didn't make it at the post office in time, so. But I'm going there before I get stabbed tonight. Remember your presentation you did twice in college about pizza? Everything can go on pizza. You know, if we ever make it to a post-pandemic world, apparently it's happening this year, but this is about the only thing that could actually convince me to go to Las Vegas. Holy fuck, it's happening in 22 days. Good luck with that. But yeah, it's just a it's the pizza industry convention, but like, I wonder if I could trick them into giving me free tickets because I'm an influencer and just like, you know, go to Las Vegas and just eat a lot of pizza. It's like one of the few things that I've always wanted to go. I think Hobo's been to that though, so you could ask him how it actually is. Although Hobo gets to go to the beef convention, which I'm jealous about because he works in like food and grocery stores. He's sent me pictures of the beef convention, and that makes me really jealous. As a weekday vegan, that shit makes me really jealous. You know, I know what gyros are, right? But I can't read Gyro's Pizza without thinking about, like, gyros in Mech Warrior, which makes the center of your mech spin better. Like, when I think of gyros, I think of Mech Warrior. Because that was my first time as a child seeing that word, was Mech Warrior 2 and installing gyroscopics in, like, the center of my mech so that I could rotate further. So I just imagined Mech Pizza, which is fine, too. Maybe a little too metal and rusty, but... Well, Child's gonna be dragging this log all the way upstairs. It's funny, the only artifacts we get in this fort now are made by children. Because they're the only people who haven't made artifacts. So we don't get an artifact for a couple years until there's a child. And then the second they become a child, they get possessed, almost. Like, there's just a bunch of spirits hanging around my fortress that are like, alright, there's nobody to possess. God damn it. Well, I mean, there's nobody else left. They're the only option. Which is also why my dwarves don't go totally insane when they get depressed, because once you've made an artifact as a dwarf, it's impossible for you to get so depressed you die. Because they always snap out of it. They can get super depressed to the point where they will wander around aimlessly for a bit, but they will snap out of it instead of just starving to death. Which is also kind of nice, because it gives my dwarves life insurance in, like, a weird way. Which is how dwarves like Jimmy Tibby aren't dead yet. Like, this dwarf should be dead a long time ago. Should have starved himself. Or she should have starved herself. But the reason she hasn't is because she made an artifact. Also, another problem that I'm seeing now with user voice is I think people are starting to think that this is, or starting to feel like this is official. It's like, a lot of people sign a lot of petitions. This is not just like vote up enough and Twitch will just be like, yeah, we're giving you a better revenue split. Unfortunately, that's not even what Twitch user voice is. I don't know. I'm starting to get worried that this user voice page is going to do more harm than good in the long run. The whole thing is freaking me out a little bit. I just think it's kind of amazing, actually, that all of that, like, discontent is happening on the Twitch user feedback forum, and the official Twitch account is just tweeting out memes. It's like, yeah, this checks out. Oh, speaking of, Rory, I think I know why, your Twitch just, like, froze and stopped working. Twitch was doing, maintenance between, 6 hours ago and 30 minutes ago. So certain things were stopping working. That's probably why. Also, for those of you who like the YouTube channel NoClip, apparently this is going to be a NoClip related YouTube channel. Danny O'Dwyer just tweeted it out and said, hey, I need 100 subs for some customization options. Could you sub, please? So maybe, I don't know, I just subbed because I like the stuff that they do over at NoClip. Currently, it's just a meme. Brand new YouTube channel. Interesting. Curious what they're doing. Makes way more sense. It was freaking you out for a second because you thought that your whole work computer was freezing. No, apparently Twitch has just been doing maintenance. Maybe they're prepping the back end so that they can pay us more. I doubt it. Although, if Twitch did turn around and was just like, yo, we're giving everybody a better cut, that would be the weirdest fucking outcome for this. I will be so surprised if they actually do that. And Jimmy, get your job now. Rory, I think that your dwarf should, like, drop the scholar profession and become a philosopher, which is a more specific type of scholar, which I've had before, but not in a long time in this fort. People can be so angry. I just don't understand it. Yep. What are the other dwarves saying? Eleanor says, a skilled warrior is a beautiful sight to behold, with a lot of R's. Whitcode says, how can people be so glum? I then said, there's nothing important that is worth telling a lie. That is nothing so important that it's worth telling a lie. How about we call you Plato and just like make it a middle ground. I think we finally figured out how to rebrand your Twitch channel. Just call you, what kind of name is Plato? You were literally typing that out as you said it. Well, my sense of humor, I suppose. Similar sense of humor, I suppose. Audio. How was you? How was thing? How was day? How was wake? I have to run off in 45 minutes to go get stabbed, but glad to hear that work was okay. Slower day. That's good. Slow's good. It means that things aren't all on fire, just partially on fire. What are you carrying? Ah, boulders. Boulders, boulders, boulders. Speaking of, what's that child working on? Oh. Bars. Autodesk Design Review. I don't know what that is. Is that software? Sounds like software. Is that where someone reviews your designs that you did in Autodesk? Or is Autodesk Design Review something else? Also, I'm trying really hard to not read that as Autodisk, which is a piece of software that I am familiar with. Someone's uneasy. It's a great tool to mark up CAD and PDF files. Huh. Interesting. But, uh-oh. But there's a but. It often gets corrupted, but when you've gone to print the marked up files to a new PDF. Oh, so what you're saying is it's software, it's just outdated and kind of crappy, is what you're saying. That sucks. Sounds like one of those softwares where you launch it and the first piece of dialogue it should give you is review backup. Then make another backup. Then make another backup. Now you can export. It's like old days of video editing in Adobe where it's like, before you click the export button, save a backup. If you don't save a backup, you'll regret it. Also, I love this person's comment on a ancient history Longdeath VOD from like years ago, who just commented with, "I'd like to imagine miscellaneous object demonstrations as Jackie Chan movie choreographies. Like they are demonstrating how to use miscellaneous objects as weapons is just like Jackie Chan movie choreographies." Which is a very good description of the miscellaneous object skill in Dwarf Fortress. That's kind of awesome, actually. Just like imagining the sequence from, is it Enter the Dragon where he's fighting with all the chefs? I can't remember which one the one where he's fighting with all the chefs is, where they all have meat cleavers, but. Also, chat, somebody say hi to Audio. Audio the mod just popped in and played Sand Trombone, and nobody said hello. You guys are being painfully lurky now. Fully supported, i.e. the 2021 version. I mean, something can be supported. Doesn't get corrupted. Just printed the PDF, like add a text box to the part of something. No, but like, just because it's a recent software doesn't mean it can't be crappy. Like, its integrations with Adobe Acrobat must be shot then. It's like, officially done with budget. Yay! Oh, with one budget. that's all of engineering software, where it's just like finicky and crappy. Well, I mean, it's also probably like a monopoly too, right? Like most specifics, like Adobe Premiere has a lot of problems, right? Child has all the items that they need for the artifact and is mustering all the logistic glitches. But any like specific use case software that doesn't have competition is going to be crappy, right? It's like the biggest complaint. The best thing to happen to Adobe Premiere is the rise of like various open source solutions combined with various cheap or affordable or free solutions like DaVinci Resolve, right? Like the existence of those is the best thing to happen to Adobe Premiere because Adobe Premiere has improved since. But like when I first started using Adobe Premiere, there was so many instances where tutorials would just be like, save. If you don't, it'll break you. It'll break it. My mayor desperately would like to practice a craft. Craft can I get you? I mean, I don't think you... I literally am, like, assuming you don't have time. That, too, made Avid and Final Cut drop their prices. But nobody uses Avid. Like, who uses Avid in current year? Also, I guess people use Final Cut still. I don't think about Final Cut as software that exists because it doesn't work on my OS. I don't know about that. Like all of every professional video editor I know of, either that I've spoken with, either uses Adobe Premiere or Final Cut. I don't know anybody who uses Avid. Although growing and more recently, people have been using DaVinci because it's black magic. But I don't know anybody who works in film. I do know people who work at like editing houses. Like I know somebody who works at Facebook as part of their video team. They use Final Cut. Aqua the Third, the Dwarven Child, has created Ortholilzicus, a pecanwood toy boat, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Kosoth Gladscales. No, absolutely. That's why I'm saying who uses Avid anymore. That's why I'm the anymore part. I had a pirated version of Avid years ago. I hated it. 68,400 Zethal. I mean, when Adobe first came into the scene, Adobe was like, yo, do you want to pay $6,000 for Photoshop? This is a pecan wood toy boat. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with iron and decorated with maple and encircled with bands of walnut wood and cushioned gabbro cabochons. Iron and iron. This object menaces with spikes of pecan wood and cave spider silk. On the item is an image of Nomal grip channel, the dwarf, in gabbro. On the item is an image of 2 Kia men in iron. On the item is an image of a ballista arrow head in black pyrope. Good job, child. You done did good. Now I will take your toy that you just made for yourself and put it onto the mayor's pedestal of objects that have been made. It's a toy boat. Adorable. Pro Tools? Oh yeah. Pro it's like it's what's the name? Ableton and Pro Tools. Ableton and Pro Tools are like kind of the two dominating ones. And then amongst like casual users, it's FL Studio. Oh, Sir Top Hat. Like FL Studio is the most common one that I see amongst like casual users. And then enthusiast users tend to use Ableton and yeah. But I don't know. Man. Initially, when I saw this user voice form exploding, I was like overwhelmingly agreeing with everybody. The more of this I see, the more I'm like, man, you poor misguided souls. Yeah, like Avid kind of stopped being used, to my knowledge, in like the late aughts. 2010, 2011, 2012, the popularity of Avid. Voomp. But, you know. So I want to talk bullshit? Isn't that literally all I do for a living, though? Audio? Is talk bullshit? Controller software that is required to program units we use costs thousands per person. Well, yeah, because they only need to make dozens of them, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Like, literally every single statement in that sentence makes perfect sense to me, controller software-wise. Because it's like, I mean, it's a very niche need. I mean, it's just like all the machines that my dad programs still running on, like, the large floppy disks. Like, my dad was running into a problem recently where they couldn't buy a specific size floppy for one of their machines because they don't make them anymore. And he's just like, well, we're now, like, copying over old floppies because that's their only option. Also, I'm gonna say bullshit for a second here. The company that my dad works for and automates is the only company in BC making testing kits. And currently, 3 out of 5 people who work in the automation department in that factory are out sick with COVID. Brilliant. Fuck yeah. Happy holidays. Yeah, the 2.5-inch ones. But the ones that he uses have a special curved shape at the end so that they fit. Yeah, it's the big, like, 5.25 inch floppy disks. The ones that are actually I have 3 of them. Like, fuckers. These things. Lovely data devices that are actually floppy. At least they found out early. Oh yeah, no, they all got sick over the holiday. Those are lovely floppy. Oh yeah, they're lovely floppy. Those floppy disks. Yeah, that was a piece of software that I pulled out, but I have the very first video game, the original disc for the very first video game that I ever saw being played in that drawer, which is a Demon Attack, the Tandy, the Radio Shack computer. Parents had. Remember, as one of the earliest memories I have is my dad playing that video game and me going, oh. Yeah, our kids sit in way early. Ooh. Because you posted that was you that posted the picture of the data something. Which one? Which Makeup and Vanity is that? I actually don't know. Most recent Makeup and Vanity? Makeup and Vanity. Hold on. Don't even have the machine up and running yet? How's the pulling apart of the thingy been going, though? I'm trying to figure out which tape it is. Which tape did you buy? Surprisingly easy. I mean, it's almost like they're designed to be maintained, unlike modern electronics. Oh, right, yeah, I was gonna buy this and then didn't. I just reminded myself that I was going to buy this one and then I didn't. But as far as Bandcamp goes, it highly depends on who's shipping it. I actually had to just ask for a refund because I think that a band forgot that their Bandcamp page exists. That poor dwarf. almost done restocking the boulder piles. I don't have a drive. I do still have the 4 discs though. Demon Attack. I also have a floppy disk. I have 3 actually. I do have a USB plug for these somewhere though. I have Prince of Persia Disc 1, Prince of Persia Disc 2, or 3, and 2. Which was a failure on this, but... Hey, Krakenzieg, what up? Yeah, the little... I don't have lots of those. I have a few more. They're in another drawer, though. They're not next to me. Am I old enough to remember Moraf's World? What kind of question is that? Not a matter of being old enough. It's just a matter of being an obsessive freak. But no, that was one of those games that I stumbled upon on, what is the correct word to use here? Abandonware forums? But no, I'm technically not old enough, because I'm looking it up right now. 1991? Yeah, I was born in 94, so. Technically not old enough, but I am aware of its existence. Just required copying to a free disc. Yeah, my knowledge of games is like late though, because in 2005 I had a Windows 95 computer still. I still had my Windows 98 computer until about 2009. I had a Windows XP computer at that point, but I still had a Windows 98 computer that was in my room and running. So the majority of the games that I had were for either DOS or 98. So it like for me it was just kind of, you know, I also act a lot older than a lot of kids my age. Comics. Like and the reason I act older than a lot of kids my age is I graduated high school at 16 after taking a year off and had my first full-time job at 15, and I've kind of not stopped working. So I kind of got like I know people that are like in their mid-20s that have never actually had an actual employment job because they went from high school to college to university and are still studying. I realized very early on that my family was never going to afford that. So I just went and got a fucking job, and I've just been working 1 to 2 jobs since. Technically now working for myself. So I tend to act older than some people that were born in the same window as me. So yeah, we had pretty similar situations then. I mean, like, that's why I was playing fucking Angband in, like, the mid-2000s, is because, like, it was the games that worked on my computer that had no graphics card. Still has a Windows 7 computer that runs Creative Suite, and it's never been updated. Yeah, I mean, technically, that computer in the corner that's underneath my guitar that you can see when I pop up this thing, like you can sort of see like the top, right next to Wumpus up there, there's like that's a guitar case. There's a computer under that, which I used to stream on, which dual boots. Uh-oh, Dwarf Fortress is saving. I can't actually tab back over now. Hold up, let's see if I can force this. There. That computer dual boots Windows 7. And it still has like the Adobe Basic suite for, I think, 09. It's like Adobe Elements Suite 09, which was like a one-time fee thing that you could buy for $50. I actually, like, I've gone back to Windows XP a couple of times, like in virtual machines. This is going to be an unpopular opinion in my chat. Fucking shitty OS. That thing's fucking garbage. Christ, it ages poorly. There's so much rose-tinted glasses when it comes to XP. Like, don't get me wrong. When XP was new, it was amazing. I loved that OS when it, like, the first time I got to mess around with XP, I was like, holy shit, XP is incredible. But by default, holy fuck nuts, that's a bad OS. Jesus Christ. Like, you can, like, contort it into some nightmare machine to make it, like, usable, but, like, by modern day standards, that thing is, like, practically useless. You retired your last Windows XP single tasker this past summer? If I had space to have more than one computer set up, I'd probably get myself a Windows XP computer, but that OS still sucks. Really? I used Windows 8 for... Windows 8 is the only OS that I used and then went back to the previous. I didn't like early Windows 8 and then just skipped to Windows 10. And I'm still on 10 because my computer isn't compatible with 11. Or I'd use 11. Even though I'm aware that they're, like, removing more shit with 11, but that's fine. I don't use the shit that they're removing anyway, so who cares? My real issue with 8 was it was just too fluffy. Not enough substance. I like substance in my OS. Windows 8 was too fluffy. 10 has a bit of that, but I think that 10 has a much nicer amount of that. Like, it's a fine... They've managed to balance the fluff and usability. I'm a little worried about 11, but yeah. I haven't really messed with it too much, so I don't really know. XP was so much better than the two previous versions. Oh, absolutely! Like, on the flip side of, like, Windows XP... You should try going back to Windows ME or 2000 or 98. Like, you should try going back to any of those operating systems because Windows XP is, like, incredible. But, like, Windows XP is, like, version 0.5 of modern OSs. Enjoy your driver issues, yeah. No, but, like, Windows... Wait, driver issues in which OS are you talking about? 10 or 11? Anyways, whatever. In Windows XP is like version 0.5 of modern OSs. Oh, everything before Windows 8? Oh, yeah, absolutely. But Windows XP was like version 0.5 of modern OS, right? Like, you can kind of see the framework that would become like modern UX design and like the very beginnings, but like minus everything that makes them convenient and useful. All right, we're going to need to let the dwarves have a break now because we're finally getting through the end of putting stuff away. You'd like to add more complex conversations that are not random phrases and thoughts? What, of, for the dwarves? I completely agree. I mean, the thing is, like, the game has a lot of text that it's not showing. Like, if you play adventure mode, there is a lot of text that makes the conversations more detailed. But yeah, I agree. That's definitely a spot where I think that the conversations could be expanded. It's actually, like, the one thing that, like, RimWorld does better than Dwarf Fortress is they actually, like, talk in RimWorld. It's a back and forth in RimWorld. It's still loopy and you see the same things over and over, but, like, that's the one thing that RimWorld does better than Dwarf Fort is the conversations. The humans have arrived to trade. I mean, who wouldn't? Oswix. I mean, my old Windows XP laptop that I bought in... Fuck, I don't even know what year I bought it. But my old Windows XP laptop, my dad uses it. He still has it. My dad has both of my old laptops, actually. Both of them. My Windows 7 laptop and my Windows XP laptop. And the Windows XP laptop runs Microsoft Excel, and that's it. Very old version of Microsoft Excel. And he uses it as a word processor, and he uses it to print off stuff. That's it. Because he also has an old inkjet printer. He uses it for business, for work, basically. For the business that my mom and him run. And then the other one is similar functionality, but more usability. He uses it for PDFs and web documents. But neither of them are connected to the internet. So they're enjoying their retirement, and that makes me happy. It says, I feel so good. And the Dwarven Child says, I played with Toy Hammer. I really enjoy that. I enjoy that, really. I fucked around with Linux on that Windows XP laptop. I installed Ubuntu. It worked fine. I was able to make it work. Made a usable OS out of it. And then I just kind of decided that I wasn't interested. It was like more effort than it was worth for me. For a lot of people, it's worth it, but I played with Arch and Ubuntu. I preferred Ubuntu versus Arch. Arch has a cool name, though. Like, out of all OSs, I think Arch Linux is the coolest sounding thing. It sounds like weirdly science fiction.
Months and 24 years for me.
Happy birthday belated, me think? Also, hi, Pink. Hog. With the 11 months. Thanks for the almost a year. How are you, Pink Fluffy? Cheers, you two. These are humans, so... Also, hey, Dragomans. What's up? Everybody showed up in the last 10 minutes. What just happened? Did everybody just get off work or something? You know, I'm going to comment on another thing in the user voice. A lot of people seem to not remember the fact that you used to need 300 concurrent viewers to get partnered. I wouldn't have ever gotten partnered in the old system. This person's complaining about the barrier to entry to partner being so high. It's like, wait, well, how's that relevant to how much you're getting paid? Like, you think it's hard now to make it on Twitch? My God, you should have tried it 10 years ago. Just got finished with updating your webpage, so you thought that you'd hop over. Well, hi. What webpage? I found a website that I really like, by the way. And so much I made a command for it. You've actually been looking for a while. You ate some pizza. Were you eating pizza during the us all talking about pizza conversation? Or were you eating pizza after that? Because that would have been kind of funny. Yeah, even funnier. Yeah, you're not wrong, Frog. At the very end of it, perfect. Perfect. It makes me really happy. If anybody else has a resub notification, they gotta pop. Do it now. You'll get a scam train. I get to try this little fucking arrow. Oh, it's neat. Yeah, I hope that you've enjoyed your lurks, Dragon. I guess it must be pizza week because I ate pizza for the first time in a long time last night. Gotta rework your website someday. So you sound like Tarn Adams. Gotta redo the Bay 12 Games website because, you know, bay12games.com/dwarves is like, what, this nightmare, right? But, like, you haven't seen nightmares until you've gone to the Bay 12 Games, not /dwarves website, which looks like this. Which Tarn says is terrible. And then you click on support Bay 12 and you're like, oh, this is a website from like 2007 or 2003. Huh. Hello.html. Haven't seen you in a while. Beyond quality. It's so good. It's reverted back down to pre-quality. Speaking of quality, I should actually read the text that's been on screen for a minute. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. What do you request of our merchants? You played Liberal Crime Squad? They should, like, put Liberal Crime Squad on Steam for free. They should do that. And include workshop support so that you can put the fan patches onto it. But they should do that. Where my cheese at? You know what? Fuck it. Let's make another meme. Let's just go for eggs. See if they send me any albatross egg. Request egg. It is open source, yeah. It's been open source forever. I think they open sourced it after Dwarf Fortress became a thing. Again, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. But no, like they should actually do just like a Bay 12 Games Classics pack. Which includes the original Slaves to Armok, and World War II Medic, and Liberal Crime Squad. They should do that. Like, just Bay 12 Classics. Just as they are currently, in their broken, shitty ways, and just put it up for free. Someone, they should do that. Like, they really should do that. But, is what it is.
This is madness!
Madness? Stoned hobo. Yeet. How's she hobo? Hobo, did you know that you have so many badges, your badges don't fit? But I'll show you what I mean in a second. I have to hit show more to see more badges. I have to click show more. I don't know why I ended up in this screen when you popped in, but I just clicked on your name and this popped up and I noticed this. I literally have to click show more to see all of your badges. Although I probably have that problem too. On some people's, or I would if I like threw more bits around. Because I have several badges that a lot of people don't have. I've got the TwitchCon 17 badge. What's up, Bald Skull? He'll have a hat next time. Or next major sub. A weird menu. You guys, so if you click on someone's sub badge, it used to just like pop up the next sub badge. Now it pops up this screen. Like it actually, like I clicked on a sub badge and it opened up a new. Oh, okay. It still does show them. That's the next one. That one. Even? Oh, okay. Huh. I spoiled everything? It's been an open secret as long as it's existed, so. How about that? Seems like a hypermine. It's almost like hyper cheese. You know, if it wasn't for those emotes, I would have forgotten that Hyperscape exists. I'm just curious. How many people are playing Hyperscape right now? Chad, how many people, without looking, how many people do you think are currently streaming Hyperscape right now? How many people do you think are currently streaming? No, like how many viewers do you think are on Hyperscape? How many viewers? How many people do you think are watching Hyperscape right now? You were shockingly close, Oswix. There's currently 12 people watching and 8 channels. Three more viewers. Now I'm going to the artifact directory on Twitch. Dude, there's... I can't show this directory. So nobody's streaming Artifact as far as I can tell. But people are still streaming movies at Artifact. You guys want to go watch Jurassic Park? Well, I just found a marathon. There's also Ocean's 13 and then up and coming The Italian Job, Mobster Movies Film Festival. Let's see, what else is there? Somebody is streaming Escape from Tarkov. Oh, someone's just like streaming Kingsman 1 and 2 back to back. Interesting. So more people are allegedly watching Artifact. I mean, that was the first limited time emote that Twitch did, which is crazy. If you actually think about it. This poor fucking dwarf, man. Zombie Kappa was the first limited time emote Twitch ever did. Oh, really? In Jurassic Park? Doggy? Yep. Can I just say that I love the fact that that's become the official, unofficial. If you're gonna, like, break laws and do crimes, stream it here section of Twitch, Artifact. Like, that's the one fun thing that we got out of Artifact is that directory exists on Twitch. Considering, like, Valve was like, yeah, we're gonna fix Artifact. And now it's just like, yeah, never mind. We didn't fix Artifact. We just, like, you can just play it now if you want. And we're not going to charge you for the fucking cards and just give everybody the cards and forget that we made that mistake. Which is what they did. Hobo, do you remember how big the booth for Artifact was at TwitchCon? It was one of the biggest booths. And I remember being, like, kind of amazed that there was a booth for a game that wasn't Dota that was, like... I was kind of amazed that there was a booth for a Valve-published game that wasn't Dota. But people liked Underlords, so not all of their failures were failures. You know what's funny, though? Do you want to know why Artifact failed? Aside from the gameplay being not brilliant. The actual reason why Artifact failed is because nobody wanted to participate in a video game where the entire model was based around buying and selling limited items on a limited item marketplace. Because turns out artificial scarcity in video games sucks, especially when like values of artificial scarcity can become unnaturally inflated. No, see, but here, you can't sell your cards on the MTG marketplace, I don't think. Physical cards, yes. But, I mean, Valve's been doing NFTs since fucking forever. But no, it wasn't NFTs, it was just the Valve marketplace. The whole point of that game was it was 10 packs for free when you started, and you had enough cards to play the game by default. But in order to get the rare fancy cards, you had to buy packs or just buy them off the marketplace. That was the reason that game largely failed and why it had so much criticism around launch and why people didn't like it. Makes you think, doesn't it? It's like, huh. You were very high the entire time. You remember a big white booth for the phone game? For that one phone game, the one phone game that had the carrot. Speaking of, what even was that game called? Hold on a second. Card game with mean carrot. What was the name of that game? This is apparently I found killer bunnies. That's not what I was looking for. Online killer bun. That's not. Nope. What was the name of that fucking game? Because it was at PAX too. Christ, I know it came out. What in God's name was that fucking game? I don't even. 0.001% of the population has a lot of fucking cryptocurrency and a lot of money. That's what they see in NFTs. So if you shoehorn NFTs into your video game somehow, those people might spend a lot of money on your video game. That's what they see in them. Shadowverse, that was it. Yeah. You got it. Hobo's got it. Hobo remembered it. Shadowverse. I'm just looking this up to see if that game still exists. If it does, it's way more anime than I remember. Was Shadowverse a weeb game? I just remember that carrot, and I don't remember that looking particularly weeby, but I suppose you're right. Why this? Investors who don't play video games who have a lot of money. That's why. Also, like, Squeenix announced NFTs, or that they're embracing NFTs with some of the most disgusting verbiage I've ever seen recently. And you know what happened? The only thing that changed is their stock price went up 8%. It's the only thing that changed, just by acknowledging NFTs. That's why big companies are NFTing the fuck out of everything. Let me just read this one real choice quote from this official letter from Square Enix's CEO. Let's just see. We are exploring potential efforts in the cloud space from two primary perspectives. First, being leveraging cloud technologies to distribute content, and second, being developing content that offers customers new form of excitement, enabled by cloud's attributes. More telecommunications infrastructure is being built, as exampled by 5G coverage. Devices are also making performance gains, and these trends, as these trends continue, I believe the content we provide will become more accessible, making it more likely that our customers will discover enjoyment as we gain new touch points with them. Leveraging cloud technologies is extremely effective as a means of making our content and services uniformly available as a catalyst for creating new forms of excitement that expanded upon the content development capabilities of which we are known, such as making ample investments in cloud space. Lastly is blockchain games. So that was after I started on the wrong spot. Be they single player or online games have traditionally involved uncredited flow whereby creators such as ourselves provide a game to the consumers that play them. By contrast, blockchain games have emerged from their infancy and are at this very moment in the growing phase, and are built upon the premise of a token economy, therefore hold the potential to enable self-sustaining game growth That's my favorite quote. The driver that most enables self-sustaining game growth is diversity, both in how people engage with interactive content like games and in their motivations for doing so. Advances in token economies will likely further momentum to this trend and of diversification. I see the play to earn concept has people excited as a prime example of this. I realize people who play to have fun and who currently form the majority of players have voiced their reservations towards the new trends. Understandably so. However, I believe that there will be a certain number of people whose motivation is to play to contribute, which I mean to help make the game more exciting. Fuck you! That's all I have to say in response, you cunt! Christ almighty, get your face out of the fucking cloud! Smell the goddamn miasma, you piece of shit. You can read the whole thing if you want. Make the game more exciting, my fucking anus. Clearly not. Brinks. Clearly not. Humans have left. Just remember, that's the president of the publisher of the most popular MMO in the world right now. Remember. The only reason you play an NFT-oriented game is because you can make money from people who want to make money off of it. Yep. That's the only reason. Wait, do you actually play an NFT-oriented game? Which one? Now I'm curious. I hate this timeline. Yep. Look at LoL and Dota communities. That's like saying that you never have fun coming in second in a sprint race. It's a different kind of fun. You play Upland? I'm so sorry. I'm familiar with Upland. I refuse to, like, I'm aware of most of those games' existence. I just refuse to take part in any of them. Any of them. Because I want them to burn, crash, and die. It's fucked up. And you want to know why I know about Upland? I can tell you why I know about Upland. The reason I know about Upland is because there was an article on Ars Technica a little while ago about people in Africa not herding cattle because they could make more money off of Upland. What's Upland? It's an NFT-based game on phones and browsers, I think. It's literally just like an NFT-based company town where you rent property and shit. Very similar to the one that Peter Molyneux is working on, oddly enough. And Will Wright, the creator of SimCity, is also making one, which is just like a city builder where you build it as a community. I mean, like, where the company wins. Oh, fuck you, hobo. Hey, wait, what? Good evening. Yep. Well, I knew about them before I used Brave, but yes. Prior, yes. If you ended up in a sprint race, you're having a nightmare. Yeah, it's like playing competitive sports. It's a different kind of fun playing competitive games. It's still fun, though. I don't know. I hate the existence of NFT games, and I wish that they would just die. So, you know how I'm always, like, complaining that Twitch makes it seem too easy that you can make a lot of money streaming? And Twitch would be better off if Twitch was more honest about how difficult it is to make money streaming, and if more people just streamed as a hobby instead of everybody trying to make it. Now imagine every video game's like, hey, if you start playing right now, you can make a lot of money. It'll literally kill video games from the ground up. You're just selling everything they have. I mean, you do you. Like, see, here's the difference between you and me, right, Oswix? I have a very hard stance against that shit, right? I will stop streaming and participating in any game that accepts NFTs. Flat, just statement, right? Because I believe it is bad for the industry as a whole. You as a consumer, you have the opportunity to go make some money. Go fucking make some money, dude. I'm not gonna judge you for that. But fuck that shit. Drinking milk is illegal. Duck skulls can be fashionable hats. I've always wore goose-shaped hats. Feathered felines glide graciously. Haze days, maze, tase, lays, nay, quality streets, sleep. And now we're all caught up. Oh yeah, no, you are 100% correct. It'll be the AAA games industry in 5 years. But I still complain about DLC. A lot of people don't. But, you know, it's at the end of the day, it's more reason to play indie and open source. No? Like, as much as I joke about it and as much as I hate that shit, unfortunately, people with money control the world. Right now, people with money also own Bored Apes. Unfortunately. Or CryptoPunks. You know what's hilarious to me, Frogfire? Is that some people still don't like loot boxes, but are suddenly weirdly okay with them having even more value and thus pricing people out of video games. Like, imagine... You know what's funny? People complain about expansion packs now. Like, that's the Sims DLC model. They put out an expansion pack every 6 months. The problem is that game's been out for, like, what, 8 years now? People freak out about how expensive that game is because they put out an expansion pack every 6 months. It's the exact same, like, model as Paradox games, where they put out an expansion pack every 6 months. And people bitch about that too. It's just because it's obviously expensive instead of hidden expensive. Oh, yeah, that tweet. You think it's funny to take screenshots of people's NFTs, huh? Property theft is no joke. To you? Well, yeah, I've seen this. You know what's funny is they should mint this tweet as an NFT. Yeah, I've seen that tweet. Or tweets like that tweet, not that particular tweet, but I've seen tweets like that tweet before. That's very funny. I wish I still loved the internet. But I don't know. You mean gambling loot boxes? I mean, see, the actual thing that's going to happen is, as you say, seems tame in relative to mobile games. So you're just going to get mobile games with that shit caked in. You're just going to get that. Like, there will be NFT gacha games. There will be NFTs in Madden and fucking every EA sports game at a point. There will be NFTs in Rainbow Six Siege with limited edition skins. It's going to happen at this point because, unfortunately, money is winning. Fuck capitalism. It's where we live. I remember when that came out, and then I remember seeing the frame rate, and then going, I have no desire to play that. Osfix. I remember seeing that. I don't know. They are, because nobody wants to pay $60 for a high budget mobile game. You know, nobody wants to pay $10 for a high budget mobile game. But I digress. Just now I'm sad, but I just hope that as this industry changes for the worst, I hope that I'm still able to make a living playing the games that don't do that. It was nuts. Yeah. Yeah. I spent many hours on Tap Tap Revenge, my iPod Touch, with the free songs that were available in the occasional free song pack they put out. No, that is a fucking throwback. Just go to YouTube and look up Tap Tap Revenge or Tap Tap Revolution. Well, I mean, Tap Tap Revenge was fully pay for song, but there was like 24 songs in the game by default. That's how I discovered the Crystal Method. Like mine? Oh, yeah. Literally? Like mine? I jailbroke that thing like within 2 weeks of getting it. Like that was a very quick period. That was a very quick turnaround for me. Playing with an artifact kid? Also, Bastet fought with an owl and said, "I must withdraw!" She's like 6 years old. I already knew all of the music for Brutal Legend when I played that game, so playing that game for me was like a sing-along. I remember I streamed the first bit of that game at one point for fun. And I probably couldn't do that now because of the MCA. But iCopter? Dude, now that's a flashback for me. Damn, dude. iCopter. I also like grew up largely listening to Rock 101, which is the classic rock radio station around here late at night. Memorizing the lyrics to Iron Maiden songs and shit until I got an MP3 player. So yeah, no, and the Fox, because the Fox rocks. Although the Fox kind of sucks these days. They play like Red Hot Chili Peppers and shit. I don't really like the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Love Sex Magic's fine, but recording the tapes overnight from the radio. Oh, I used to do that, yeah. And just get a tape recording and let it sit. And then I'd put them on my computer and like painstakingly try to figure out what each individual song was. Gotta get the wrestling crew working again. Speaking of NFTs, there's Neopets NFTs. You could go buy Neopets NFTs, which pissed off the poor, tortured remaining Neopets community. They were like, "We don't want this," and they're like, "Well, too bad. We want money, and nobody buys like anything in Neopets anymore. So lol, you get NFTs now." A lot of Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath was on 101 here. Black Sabbath and well, Dio was more of Fox, but also listened to quite a bit of Dio and like. All that fun stuff. I mean, just remember, right? NFTs are supposed to be specifically locked to your account and non-transferable and non-refundable, right? And they're supposed to be usable like currency, and if you get it into your wallet, it's yours and you get to keep it, right? Well, just remember that that one guy got their account hacked, and they lost all of their Bored Apes. And the Bored Ape Yacht Club did figure out a way to give him his Bored Apes back. Doesn't seem very decentralized nor secure if they can just like fix that. A little fucked up. What if management just decides to take them all back? Two types of things. The scams, the unsuccessful scams, and the very lucky. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, it is hilarious, Pink. To me, like, I like cryptocurrency. I think cryptocurrency is a fascinating way forward that isn't natural resources. If we're going to keep using currency, cryptocurrency is a really good option once the tech gets developed more. The current iteration and usage for NFTs is a nightmare factory, though. I like parts of the tech, but unfortunately, dreamers can't be choosers. $95.7 for Rock and Metal, and they had a strictly metal show from like 12 a.m. to 3 a.m. Yep, same here with the Fox, specifically. This is where I'm gonna put on my crypto hat for a second. Oh, you mean Squid Coin? Stone? I'm gonna put on my crypto hat for a second here and say depends on the chain. If it's like Ethereum currently, yes, it's terrible for the fucking planet. If it's proof of stake instead of proof of processing, it's better than credit card transactions and cheaper than Google searches. There's a lot of misinformation when it comes to that. The original code behind the original blockchains, yes. Horrible waste of energy. Modern, new chains that are written on new code are fine. Like, if everything was based in Cardano, we'd be okay. The problem is everything is based on Ethereum. Says the guy who owns some Cardano, so if everybody goes and buys Cardano and the price inflates, I profit. But, like, there are blockchains out there that do not have the problems that Ethereum has. Also, you should look up how much electricity credit cards use every day. You want some scary numbers? Read about MasterCard and Visa and American Express. But, chat, I've got a very important appointment in an hour and a half. So I'm going to put a marker in the chat and save us at, what year is it currently? Year 360. What's credit cards? To ask America most of that question. Just to give you an idea, 2 Google searches uses a lot of electricity. If you think crypto's bad, look up how much Google searches cost. Debit's the exact same problem. Credit cards are just easier to point at. I'm going to go get stabbed. I'm getting my booster in a little over an hour. So I have to trudge through a bunch of snow to go get my booster. My booster's at 5:30. It's currently, or I have to be in line at 5:30 for 5:45. It's currently 4:45, so, or it's